including pen tops, charms, badges, buttons, and how to create the animal print look. This DVD is ideal for all levels and great to have some fun with the kids. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
If for any reason you're not satisfied, you have the benefit of our no-quibble 30-day money-back guarantee. Just complete the returns form enclosed with your goods and send them back for a full refund.
Are you looking to create bespoke bridal jewellery? Then come and join guest designer Sheila on our bridal workshop. Sheila will guide you through how to design stunning accessories, including techniques using headbands, hair combs and tiaras. The full course includes a selection of hair combs and headbands, a selection of findings and wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a trip to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 6444 655.
Jewellery Maker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, Jewellery Maker are never far away.
Welcome to the late show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed and we have got a very, very exciting show for you. In fact, I've just been given in trouble, you know. So I've just been in the workshop. Mark's been doing a macrame workshop today. And we've got a few of our audience members next door learning new techniques, and they've all said they're going away with new strings to their bow, as it were, after a day of tuition from Mark. But she just said, oh, the audience aren't going to be happy with this. You're not wearing a tie. And it did occur to me on the way here that I hadn't put a tie on. Hopefully you'll let me off. Let me off. The fashion police are next door telling me off, so yes. But they're kind of excited because they all know they're going to be home in time for the bag bundle. So this is coming up at 7:30 p.m. tonight. It's both the storage bag and the portfolio bag bundled together to provide you with a massive saving. We actually have moved it to a later slot in the show to enable everybody the opportunity to get hold of this deal. 7:30 p.m. this evening, we're going to offer you a massive discount deal on both the bags. So Pete, at 7:30 you'll be on cameras because Sam will be running out of the studio to go and phone the free phone number, no doubt. She's chuckling, but she's nodding as well. There we go. We've caught her out already. You're right, Sam.
I'm good.
Sam, you've got some jewellery designs to show us tonight, haven't you?
I haven't in close with the show yet.
There you go. So there you go. Sam might be able to show us some designs later on in the show. We've also got Premier strands galore. Because, have a look at this. Beautiful citrine. Almost sort of amber colour tones, actually. Anybody who got hold of the honey amber or the cognac amber over the weekend, this could be the perfect accompaniment to that gemstone. Very, very rich saturation of colour. Gorgeous faceting as well, and a huge number of gemstones on the strand itself. Seems a little bit longer than a traditional strand. So that is coming up at around about 6:30 p.m, so not long to wait for that one. Followed by this is going to be a sellout deal. It is totally ridiculous. Mark's been going crazy over this. The ladies in the workshop have been going crazy over this. Hannah Osborne's been going crazy over this. Have a look at these huge slabs of faceted lavender amethyst. Now, we had a similar gemstone weight, say carat weight or size of gemstones last night as our superstar buy in the blue agate. It sold out in about 60 seconds. This is actually going to be launched at an even more affordable price than the agate was, and you've still got that huge impact. Basically, a strand full of pendants. So anybody who's interested in sort of Laura binding inspired wire work pendants, this would look incredible. Copper wire with these feminine lavender tones, I think that would look good. Sam's nodding along. I should say, our tech up Sam on cameras is a jewellery maker. She's loving it. So whenever I'm not too sure about something, I look to Sam for a little bit of approval. She was nodding along there. So I'm thinking copper wire, but maybe you've got some other designs in mind. Maybe you just need a gemstone to form the focal point of a design. This is coming up at 7 PM this evening. So not long to wait at all. At the halfway point of the show, we're going to launch this strand of amethyst. My personal advice to everyone out there is that the second the graphics hit the screen, start dialing the free phone number. I think it's going to be a sellout. Proved to be very, very popular last night. I think it's to do with the size of the gemstones, the fact that they're faceted, and of course here we've got amethyst, one of the most well-known gemstones available as well. And thinking about it, quite a beautiful combination of colour tones. Lavender tones with those golden hues coming through, those amber hues. I think that works beautifully. That's not all. The brand new strands continue. We've been spoilt a little bit today because we've also got brand new strand of apatite, sky blue apatite. This is coming up at 8 PM. Sorry, 8:30 PM, my apologies. So this is coming up at 8:30 PM, and it will match up perfectly with our superstar buy this evening. Another chunky strand, as Lucy would say. This time of your chalcedony. Actually, thinking about it, the lavender tones and the baby blues. Oh yeah, I'd get all of them actually. So these are all our exclusive premieres. They will be launched this evening. It will be your best opportunity to get hold of these strands, particularly the chalcedony and the amethyst. I foresee that they will be sell-out strands this evening. And of course, we've got the bag deal coming up at 7:30 PM. Sorry, we've pushed it back a little bit. But of course, it's our job here on The Late Show to add it to your order prices. We know it's been a busy day here at Jewellery Maker, so let's help everybody maximise on that 1 P&P per day. Let's get started. Oh, of course, it's the jump ring deal, isn't it? This is good. Oh, my apologies, one had fallen on the floor. So you get 3 packs of your red, 3 packs of your gold. I'll show you. These are all your red jump rings. And the largest ones are 6.7. Then you got your 5mm and your 4.1mm in your red jump rings. These are all anodized aluminium as your base metal. And then you've got the, well, it's described as orange, but I'd say it's more of a golden tone personally. Same variation in sizes, 4.1mm, 5mm and 6.7mm. Perfect for chainmail designs. There you go, there's everything you're going to get. You've got a huge number in total because you've got 100 in each pack, so you've got 600 in total. 100 of the 6.5mm. 100, oh hold on a second. I've just read the measurements a little wrong. Right, so I've given everybody the inner diameters. Let's talk about the outer diameters now. My apologies. So the smallest ones, actually, their diameter on the outside is 6.5. the middle one is 7.4, and the large ones are 9.1. So 9mm jump rings, 7.5 and 6.5, and then that variation again in the red. All bundled together, so you get 600 jump rings, 200 of your 9mm jump rings. You get orange and red, or rather golden and red. Then you've got your 7.5mm in your gold and your red, 100 of each, so 200 7.4mm, and then 200 of your 6.5mm, 100 in your red, 100 in your gold. Now, whenever we create one of these bundles, the producers bundled these items together to create a unique discount code. That's the code you can see on screen right now, and this is going to represent incredible value because we're going to give you a discount deal. Don't forget, all of the deals that you see here on The Late Show are only available for 60 minutes. So if you miss it, you will miss out. Now, I'm hearing that there are lots and lots of people flying through at JewelleryMaker.com to take advantage of this deal. Do you think that's because we've got lots of chainmail artists watching, or do you think maybe people are just stocking up on the jump rings? I've seen jump rings being used in the sort of steampunk style designs where, you know, you set these into designs as the feature, so you're using components as the feature. They look incredible inside resin, actually. If you get the doming resin and you set the jump rings inside it, actually looks amazing. But of course, traditionally you'd use your jump rings for your chainmail. That's the technique of jewellery making that I'm quite interested in, actually. I've made a few pieces now. Not always the tidiest to finish, but you know, you only get better by practicing, don't you? Just like anything in jewellery making. So 9mm, 7.5mm and 6.5mm of your jump rings in 2 different colours, giving you 600 jump rings in total. Really? Wow, we're going to offer you a massive saving here. If you were to buy them all individually, it would cost you £17.70. We're going to save you over £10 with this deal. $6.95 for 600 jump rings. I mean, even if chainmail isn't necessarily your discipline of choice, you're always going to need a jump ring, aren't you? Every time you attach a clasp to a piece of jewellery, you'll never need to buy jump rings again. Well, you will, once you've created 600 pieces. Could take you a while. So there you go. Or, if you do have some sort of showcase chainmail designs that you're trying to put together. This is so funny, I was talking about the jump ring maker with somebody the other day, and I was talking about the reason why it's so effective, and that's because it allows you to create jump rings of different colour tones. So if you buy different colours of wire, you can create different colours of jump rings. Well, the job's done for you here. You've got it's somewhere between orange and gold. That's what I would describe it as, maybe like an 18 karat gold kind of tone. Is it Emily from the West Midlands? So a very regular contributor, not just to our show, but to all of the shows here on Jewellery Maker. Emily, who is actually local girl to us, because our studios are based in the West Midlands. And Emily, you actually requested a bundle of coloured jump rings. Were you expecting to see this kind of savings? Should be £17.70. We've just taken down to £6.95. We only have a limited number in stock. Sorry, Sam. Sam just spent so much time framing up the shot, and then I just moved the bust and ruined it all. I'll try to stop doing that. I just got excited because look at this chainmail design. Very feminine. This is the pink jump rings, but it goes to show what can be achieved. This is why I love chainmail. Because you're always going to get a professional finish when you're working with chainmail. It looks beautiful, and basically you can't fail to make it look professional. That's why I love the discipline so much. And if you are interested in getting a little bit of inspiration of how to integrate jump rings into your designs, then Mark is doing designer inspiration on Monday, and he's doing a combination of your chips and nuggets with jump rings, so mixing the two mediums together to create some pretty innovative design. So that'll be coming up on Monday. This will be the perfect opportunity to stock up on your jump rings, and then you can sort of make along with Mark. Mark's just in the workshop, that's why I looked over there. So I'm really intrigued to see how that works, actually, because I quite like the idea of working with the organic cuts, the chips and the nuggets. And the reason I like the jump rings is because you get that very tight professional finish, so you can create the texture and the sort of organic nature of your designs by the cut of the gemstone you use, and still have that very professional finish thanks to the jump rings and the chainmail. So that would work perfectly for me. 600 jump rings there for £6.95, and that represents a saving of over £10. Should be £17.70, but this evening you can add it to your order for just £6.95. How many of those did we have in stock? We had over 100 of that bundle available. We haven't got that many left anymore, because there are so many people flying through at JewelleryMaker.com. Don't forget, if you place an item in your basket, you need to check out to avoid disappointment. And if you do come through to a short queue on the phone lines, don't panic. It's a free phone number and you will be answered in the order in which you dial. Very, very busy so far this evening. Everybody flying through to take advantage of that jump ring deal, and I'm not surprised. 3 different sizes, 2 different colours, 600 jump rings, and a saving of over £10. That's how we roll here on The Late Show. Where are we going to, sorry? Kicking off immediately with Star Cut Amethyst. Well, I shouldn't say that actually, because star cut's a very specific thing. Amethyst that's been cut into the shape of stars. So here we go, have a look at these. These are faceted. Oh no, we've only got single figs of availability. And they range in size from 8mm to 10mm. I'm thinking, if you wire wrap one of your lavender amethyst, right? You going with this one, Sam? And then leave a little bit of wire off the end and hang one of the stars off it. Have a little feature. She's still nodding along. I think I got it right. These are a must-have, aren't they? For anybody out there whose, maybe your birthday's in February, you could create a beautiful design for yourself. That's what I was thinking, 'cause it's your birthstone. Or, of course, maybe you know somebody whose birthday's in February and you want to create a design for them just because. So you can offer people not only their birthstone, not only have you got this traditional amethyst purple tone, but also that very distinctive cut. They are 5 pointed stars. Hopefully that's coming across on screen. Can you see that? So it's a little star. Faceted as well, though. You've got a lot of depth on that particular gemstone. Oh, actually, how about ring designs? So all you need is a little bit of wire. Again, they're almost going to sort of do half the job for you, because you can use the points on the gemstone as a sort of guide to create your prongs around, your prong setting. And that means you can maximise on the strand itself as well, because you only need 1 gemstone. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. You could potentially create 16 amethyst ring designs. They're star cut amethyst. I mean, these are the kind of cuts of gemstones that you'd be hard pushed to find even on the high street. You'd be looking at, you know, pretty high-end jewellery designer who had managed to source star cut amethyst, or amethyst cut into stars, faceted to this level, and because of the depth you've got on each gemstone, those will sit into a ring design rather perfectly, won't they? Rich coulee to the gemstone. Oh, we haven't even brought the price on screen yet. We've only got 4 remaining in stock, so let's have a look. Wow, $34.95. I mean, if you were working with these amethysts into a wirework ring, then what would you be looking at? Say it's got to be a £10 ring at least, I would say. In fact, some say no, I'm undervaluing that piece of jewellery. £15 for that ring, is it? Okay, there you go then. So you can make your money back, potentially off 2 or 3 gemstones then, and the rest is available for you to create designs for yourself, I think. I don't think too many people are going to want to give their amethyst stars away, actually. Maybe create a few simple ring designs so that you can make your money back and then keep the rest. Do you know what? The other thing I'm thinking is, when I look at these gemstones, charm designs. If you think about the carat weights that the... sorry, a really loud motorbike just went past the building. It went right through my earpiece as well. Put me off. Now what I was going to say is, if you think about the carat weights that the famous charm shops actually put into their charm designs, it's probably a bit few and far between. You've got 16 gemstones on here, giving you 50 carats. So on average, we're looking at about 3 carats on each and every gemstone. So that would be a very significant charm design, particularly when you are working with one of the most well-known gemstones within the jewellery sector. Particularly when you're talking about coloured gemstones, most people's sort of go-to gemstone is amethyst. That's one that lots of people are aware of. And we only have 4 remaining in stock. This was launched on the birthday show, and it's been seen once since then, but we now have the last handful of strands available. So maybe you missed out on the birthday show, maybe you're umming and ahhing. You've got to get this home and see it in the flesh. You'll really appreciate the amount of effort and dedication that's been placed on this strand by the lapidarist. All the work there coming from the cut on the gemstone. We're going to move on. And we're now going to do lapis lazuli, top drill drops, another very popular gemstone because it's very well known, has a very historic sort of heritage attached to it. Originally used by even ancient civilizations, famously ground up and used as eyeshadow by Cleopatra, but they also set it into jewellery designs, and we seem to think that maybe this is the reason why that combination of royal blue and the golden tones is so popular. They started to trade for this gemstone in the Middle East in 4000 BC. So when you talk about having, you know, a prestigious history attached to a gemstone, this absolutely fits the bill. And once again, the lapidarist really enhancing Mother Nature's work. Beautiful facets on the surface of the gemstone. Love that. These are not your traditional sort of checkerboard facets. Actually, the faceting on the surface of the gemstone almost mirrors the shape of the cut of the gemstone itself. So almost little trilliants. I love this because the droplets themselves are a little broader than we'd usually find on a top drill drop, so probably even more appropriate as pendants than ever. And again, you're getting a huge carat weight of a very, very well known and popular gemstone. 85 carats of lapis lazuli here. Slight variation in the sizes of the gemstones on the strand. They range from 11mm to 14mm. I mean, that equates to 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 gemstones on this particular strand. You could get 9, you could get 11, perhaps based on the carat weight. And we're going to give everybody our first price reduction of the evening. So let's have a look at the current price for this Gems of Distinction strand of lapis lazuli. Oh, it's already under £10. So now we're about to take this strand to and add it to your order price. Should be £9.95. Well, I actually think that that already represents a pretty ridiculous price, but currently available for £9.95 for the next 60 minutes. We've taken it down to a clearance price of just £6.95. So again, this has to be considered and added to your order price. New customers may not be aware of why we refer to it as that, but the reason is that we only charge 1 P&P per day here at Jewellery Maker. So if you've paid your £2.95 for today, that's dealt with. You can add as many items to your order as you wish. You've still got your 30-day money-back guarantee on every single item you purchase from us here at Jewellery Maker, but you really need to see these gemstones in the flesh to make a fair assessment. And we are going to give you 30 days to appreciate the beauty of this gemstone before you make your final decision. Can't see too many of those being sent back to us at £6.95. I mean, you'd be hard pushed to get even a meal in a fast food restaurant sometimes for that price. Some fast food restaurants you can, and others you can't. That's what I've discovered. £6.95 for a gemstone that's going to last forever. Okay, moving on. Ooh, look at this. Neon Apatite. Now, we've got the Sky Blue Apatite coming up later in the show, And this is actually quite useful because it really allows us to highlight the two different classifications of apatite. You've got the sky blue apatite here, which are ovals, and obviously you can see those sky blue hues coming through, and then your neon apatite, and you can absolutely see the difference, can't you, in the classification. This isn't just a frivolous classification, this is a genuine colour classification for the gemstone itself, and you can see the difference, can't you? You can see the neon blue hues that are emanating from the centre of these gemstones. 40 carats here, and I would say within the jewellery industry, neon apatite is more sought after than the sky blue apatite, but of course as jewellery makers, it depends what you're looking for your personal design. So yeah, this is the beauty of working with coloured gemstones and precious gemstones, because there's an inherent value in all gemstones, but as jewellery makers, every single strand is what we make of it, isn't it? Here, you've got probably the most prestigious variety of apatite, beautiful neon blue apatite, and if just one of these gemstones wasn't a neon blue apatite, you would fail to get that classification for the strand itself. So each and every gemstone has to be displaying that neon hue from the centre of the gemstone, and they do. I mean, it's almost an electric blue, isn't it? It's absolutely gorgeous. Perfect for designs coming up in the summer months, because I think blue gemstones tend to be very popular, but this isn't overly invasive, is it? It's got a bit of a colour bang, a bit of pop from the neon tone that you've got there, but still quite a traditional colour tone, still something you could wear with most of your outfits, I would guess. The droplets themselves range in size from 4x3 to 10x5. I mean, even a simple pair of earrings, massive impact because of the colour tone. Let's have a look at our price point this evening. This, of course, comes from our Gems of Distinction range, and it's just $11.95. I mean, in all honesty, if you have a look at the way they've been put onto the strand, they've almost been sort of size matched along. So really what you've done is you've got loads of pairs of earrings. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 pairs of earrings on this. I mean, I'm thinking neon apatite, £10 a pair. If you're using sterling silver findings, I can understand why people are a little bit maybe troubled when they're trying to put together a pricing strategy for their jewellery designs. So they're thinking, well, the gemstone itself wouldn't have cost me anything like £10. But that's because you're shopping from us here at Jewellery Maker. We're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company. We can offer you wholesale deals on genuine gemstones. Of course, you want to be able to offer your customers value, you want to be able to pass the savings on to your customers, but you still have to build value into your designs. And if you're working with precious metals like sterling silver or gold-plated sterling silver, and you're setting that in, this neon apatite into those kind of precious metals, you've got to be justifying the price points you want to achieve. £10 per pair for me, and that equates on this strand to about £230. It's a real profit maker, that strand. I wasn't expecting to see neon blue apatite for that little, actually. I expected at least £19.95 personally. Okay, here we go. So this is so useful. We're just talking about creating simple earring designs, and here we go. We've got another wholesale deal for you, this time on your essential components. Now this is your silver plated copper. So you've got that slightly sturdier base metal, but you've still got the very, very high-end finish from your silver plating. I was recently asked a question about the plating actually on Facebook. It'd be good because I bet there's a few people at home wondering this. I'm terrible with names, so my apologies, but one of our customers was asking me on Facebook whether it's sterling silver we use for the plating. And I've checked and it is. So 925 sterling silver is used to do all of the plating on the base metal. So if you were wondering about that, Now, you know, 100 pairs in total here. So, I mean, if you did get hold of that neon apatite, you could literally just get a bit of a production line going on and just create 20 pairs of neon apatite earrings. They're bound to sell, aren't they, at a craft fair, because it's one of those gemstones that people are aware of. They're going to understand that you've managed to source the rarest variety of the gemstone, but it's not a gemstone we see every day. It's not a gemstone we traditionally see on the high street. You usually have to go to maybe a bit more of a high-end jeweller to get hold of neon apatite. Of course, it doesn't matter what gemstone you're working with, you've got to get hold of the essential components. We've talked a lot over the last few days about the potential increase of precious metals over the coming 12 to maybe 24 months' time. Stock up on these kind of items while you can, because particularly here at Jewellery Maker, if we're being able to provide you with a wholesale deal, you've got to take advantage of it. 1 P&P per day, silver-plated copper earring posts and backs, possibly the easiest piece of jewellery you can actually create. And of course, if you got hold of the fine head pins, very, very easy to set your gemstones onto these posts. I should just show everybody, you do get a little loop. So it's very, very easy to work with this particular finding. I made one before, didn't I? And we timed it. I think it was about 40 seconds it took me to make an earring. So, you know, all of the very talented jewellery makers at home, you probably get it down to 35. No, I'm joking. You'll be able to concentrate on your finish. But I'm just saying the ease at which you can work with these findings. Another wholesale deal, but unfortunately, limited stock availability. So everybody who's already come through on the phone lines, congratulations. That's the way to do it. Get in as early as possible. Anybody who's waiting for the price point, here it is. Oh, and this evening, for the next 60 minutes, we're going to give everybody an exclusive price reduction. Don't panic if you came too early. Everyone will pay the same final low price of $9.95. So now we're talking about less than what? 10p a finding, is that right? So about 9.9p a finding? Is that right? Yeah, that's right, yeah. So yeah, less than 10p. Actually, less than 10p per pair. You've got 100 pairs here. So actually it's 5p for each finding, or 2.5p for each finding if you break it down into posts and backs. That's incredible value, even for us here at Jewellery Maker. Lots and lots of people getting involved now. And as I say, congratulations to everybody who came through early. I even had people multi-buying this before we did the price reduction. So that just goes to show that our regular buyers can absolutely recognise the value we offer here at Jewellery Maker instantly. So if you see something, even if you're in two minds, get involved. You can always change your mind. Our award-winning help team will help you remove something from your order. Make sure you've absolutely guaranteed your item, even if you're in two minds, because of course you've got your 30-day money-back guarantee. That particular deal will be available for the next 60 minutes, but you've got to take advantage of that deal because we only have limited availability. And I think we might have created a short queue on the phone lines. Don't panic about that. As I say, free phone number here at Jewellery Maker. Congratulations to everybody taking advantage of that deal. Do you know what? The beauty of that is if you do have craft fairs coming up, and maybe you've looked at your collection and you're thinking, there's not quite enough items here, that's a really simple way to bulk up your collection of jewellery and, of course, to be able to provide your potential customer base with very affordable items, because it will take no time at all to create those designs, so you can potentially create more competitive price points on those earring designs. We've got to leave that one there because it is now time for a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker time. Now for the first star buy of the evening, we're going to have one of these every 30 minutes here on The Late Show, and it's our opportunity to either launch one of our premier strands, which we've got lots of those tonight, or of course to bring you a discount bundle. And that's exactly what we've got for you right now. Pinto Parade. You better explain this one to us, producer Lee. Oh, Pinto's a breed of horse. Oh, it's not a species, not a breed. It's a colour of horse. What was the? It's when they're white and brown. I bet you're reeling that Jenny didn't stay to do the double now, because she would have got well into this, wouldn't she? She's very horsey. Oh, of course your mum does, because you created the beautiful horseshoe for her for Christmas, didn't you, out of silver clay? Okay, so Pinto's a type of horse, and Pinto Parade. I get it now, because you've got the beautiful chestnut browns coming from the Botswana agate, and then you've got that sort of milky tone from your white agate. That doesn't sound particularly romantic, the milky tone, but it is an accurate representation of what you've got here, because it's almost a semi-translucent gemstone, isn't it? So you've got a bit of colour tone in there, but you've still got a little bit of clarity as well. Ticking every possible box. You've also got 135 carats of Botswana agate, one of our most popular varieties. And actually, at first thoughts, I was thinking the ovals and the rounds, do they work together? And then I saw the jewellery designs. Now these have been put together by Sue, one of our resident jewellery makers, and it works perfectly. For me, this is sort of evening wear. Maybe it's because of the use of the gold-plated findings, but it's absolutely elevated the gemstones, actually. I wouldn't probably set these into silver after seeing this design, because it works so well with the gold tones. But that's what we're here for at Jewellery Maker. We want to be able to provide people with a little bit of inspiration, a little bit of guidance if you are new to the hobby. Of course, experienced jewellery makers at home, the second they laid eyes on this combination, they probably already had 3 or 4 designs going through their mind. I love this now, actually. The white agate forms the perfect accent to the Botswana agate, because it's not trying to steal focus. Simple 6mm rounds, a neutral colour tone, and it allows the colour banding and the zoning on the Botswana agate to be the feature of the design, really, doesn't it? Perfect accent stone, and one of our most popular varieties of agate for that very reason. The banding on each and every gemstone, totally unique, and that allows you, of course, to create bespoke jewellery designs, which is what most people are looking for when they're creating handmade jewellery designs. Okay, we've already got lots of takers coming through at jewellerymaker.com. Oh, and no wonder. That's the price I'd expect to pay for one of these strands. That is exactly what we're trying to achieve when we put together a discount bundle like this. And, you know, we've got sort of in tune with the kind of price points that can be achieved at certain events. Just through talking to different designers over the last few weeks, you know, Mark last night giving us great insight into the price points that can be achieved, and of course building value into your designs. You don't want to undervalue your jewellery. It actually can be as damaging as trying to overcharge for your jewellery design. So you've got to get a balance, you've got to get somewhere in the middle. I mean, if you think about the work and the look that's been achieved on this bracelet, even at a conservative estimate, I would say £15. Sam?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, you agree with that? There you go, Sam, another resident jewellery maker. Sam, you have a slightly different pathway to the rest of us, because we all worked for Jewellery Maker and then started making jewellery. You already made jewellery when you started.
I was already a gem collector.
You're already a gem collector.
Here.
So you love gemstones.
I love them.
And you love creating your own jewellery designs.
I do.
So it's like having a fan in the studio. If only Lucy was here. No, I'm joking. I'm only joking. Sam's my biggest fan, of course. Why, Ayada? She just went like that. Wow. $7.95 is a discount deal for these 2 strands. Perfect combination of colour tones for me, because when you are working with these earthier tones, always good to have an accent that will almost complement it without stealing focus, and that's the way I see this particular bundle working. And of course a fantastic price point, less than £4 per strand on genuine gemstones. Still got lots of people coming through at JewelleryMaker.com adding this to your basket. Make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. We will leave that one with you because we've got so much to fit in this evening. Don't forget, coming up at 7:30 p.m. this evening, the double bag bundle. Both bags available in one deal with a huge reduction. Coming up at 7:30 p.m. I know it's going to be a popular one. How many of this bundle have we got? It's exactly 100, isn't it? That's true. He's saying, we are the late show. We haven't got a free view audience, so we're a little bit limited to 100. Still a decent stock level, but I have to say, I think it's going to fly. I mean, 7:30 p.m, it might be late,
but the deals are great!
Mahari's just done a cartwheel around her living room. Right, the bags are coming up at 7:30. I just wanted to make everybody aware of that. You know, some people might have finished work at 5 p.m. They might have just walked in the door. Make sure you're watching at 7:30 p.m. We're going to move on now to gorgeous pink spinel. Now, the interesting thing about spinel, traditionally, is that it's known as the master of disguise. And so there's a huge connection between spinel and rubies and sapphires because there's been so many misclassifications throughout the ages. You know, the most famous example of that is the Black Prince's ruby, which is set into our own crown jewels. And we thought it was a huge ruby when we set it into the crown. I say we, the royal we, quite literally, and got booze. But it turns out it was a huge red spinel. But I have to say, over the last few decades, spinel has started to become a pretty prestigious gemstone in its own right, and now the comparison in the price between spinel and ruby, spinel and sapphire is closing. To the point now where spinel can be categorised in the same sort of prestige as a ruby, for example, or a sapphire. You would say that perhaps a pink sapphire would potentially be classed as or valued a little more highly than your pink spinel, but how often have we seen pink sapphire with this saturation of colour? It'd have to have the same saturation of colour. You know, a really pale variety of pink sapphire certainly wouldn't probably challenge the value of the spinel. So you'd have to have the same level of colour saturation in order for it to be valued higher. Traditionally, the most valuable varieties of spinel are red, followed by the cobalt blues and the hot pinks. So hot pink and cobalt blue, probably the second most valuable varieties of spinel after your red spinel. And of course, I've just explained the reasons for red spinel being so popular, and it's because of its inclusion and, well, its misclassification as a ruby so many times. So pink spinel, probably the second or third most valuable variety of this gemstone. And just have a look at the saturation of colour. Now, you know, this has happened not just with black spinels being confused for black diamonds and red spinels being confused for rubies. Pink spinels famously mistaken for pink sapphires. And just have a look at the size of the gemstones. When we are able to bring you sapphires, tends to be more delicate cuts, doesn't it? Maybe 2x1 up to 3x2. These start at 3x2 and they range up to the size of 5x3. That's going to have a massive benefit to you as jewellery makers, because the rondelles themselves are a little bit wider, they're a little bit broader, and therefore the facets on the surface of the gemstone are larger, so you get a greater play of light, much more sparkle. That's of course helped by the fact that you've got this huge saturation of colour, real vibrant hot pink tones. This would be perfect in want maybe some of those more feminine designs, I'm just having a look at this lavender amethyst coming up. How about this for a combination? Yes, the amethyst isn't necessarily from the Gems of Distinction range, so not quite the same clarity, but a feature gemstone of your amethyst and a beautiful accent of pink spinel. I love that combination, really feminine. Now, this particular strand has only been seen a handful of times, in fact 3 times prior to this show. And this evening, we are very honoured, really, to be able to provide you with your first ever price reduction on this strand. Now, I know for a fact that a lot of customers out there invest in our Gems of Distinction range with no intention of creating jewellery designs. Some people are using the Gems of Distinction range, and that's our elite range of gemstones sourced by our Indian buying office. And they're using these gemstones to create a gemstone collection. I was saying last night that some people have got over 50 Gems of Distinction strands, and that probably represents quite a significant gemstone collection now. If you think about the carat weights on some of these strands, I mean, here you've got 35 carats of what I would describe as hot pink spinel. That's the colour tone you've got. It's a real bold, fuchsia-like tone that you're getting here. In fact, you're even getting red, sort of cherry red hues coming through on some gemstones. Almost like a ruby tone. See that there? Absolutely gorgeous, because you've actually got variations here. You could colour graduate out these gemstones. You could maybe choose some of the more subtle colour tones to go alongside the likes of your morganite and your rose quartz, and then some of the richer colour tones to go with maybe your rubies, for example. Let's have a look at the current price on this strand of pink spinel. There you go, $69.95. We're talking about £2 a carat here for a very, very prestigious gemstone. A gemstone which is, of course, included, mistakenly or otherwise, it still has pride of place in our very own crown jewels. Okay, so has always been seen previously at $69.95. For the next 60 minutes, we are going to try and make this very, very prestigious gemstone more accessible than it's ever been before. Should be $69.95, we've taken it down to $49.95. And I just heard the pained groans coming from the gallery. Just as the price slash came in, everybody at the same time went, ooh, $49.95. That represents the best value you're ever likely to see for spinel of this quality. I mean, the colour saturation alone is out of this world, but when you consider the impact it will have on your jewellery designs, it's a no-brainer, really. $49.95. You can be very, very sparing with this particular strand. As I say, the gemstones are quite large, so you've got a significant carat weight on every single gemstone, and as a result, you've got those larger facets on the face of each gemstone. So you've got that beautiful sparkle combined with that very feminine saturation of those hot pinks. $49.95 effectively represents a clearance price on a beautiful gemstone. Tracy has texted or messaged in on the website to say, hi Ed, what can I say? Over 160 strands of distinction, including the big 5 last count. Help, I'm addicted to gems. That's coming from Tracy, so there you go. That just goes to back up the quality that you'll find within our Gems of Distinction range, because a lot of collectors out there, they're getting hold of these gemstones and they just can't bring themselves to create jewellery designs. They want to keep them. Do you know what you should do if you've got that many Gems of Distinction strands? And I say this in all seriousness. You should contact your insurance company, because if they don't know they're in the house and something was to happen, you don't know if you're covered for those. I would check that. Oh yes, I'm really excited. So we're going to do a bit of a challenge. This is how I came up with this. Sam, are you excited? You're taking on the big dog. Are you worried?
Yes.
Right, so we've got a matrix collection. It's so comprehensive that we thought it might be kind of interesting to see how quickly you can make a piece of jewellery. And the other interesting thing about this, it will give us an insight into the way in which different jewellery makers work. So what do people see when they stare into a huge plethora of gemstones and findings? Sam and I are going to do a bit of a challenge. We're both going to be given 60 seconds to create a piece of... Oh, in fact, we've had it extended. Okay, 2 minutes is the minimum you can create a decent piece of jewellery. Fine. If you need 2 minutes, Sam, don't worry yet. Sam's is definitely going to be better than mine. But I'm up for the challenge, though. Okay, so let's just show everybody everything you get first. Because the reason why we think this will be quite easy is that... What's happened now? Oh, right, okay, I'm going to find out in a minute, as are you. Okay, so a huge matrix collection, very comprehensive. You've got 2 sets of findings, and in both sets you've got your shepherd hooks, your spacer beads in 2 different sizes, your charms in your flowers or stars, as well as your hearts. Oh, sorry. You've also got your chain. I think you get 1/2 metre of chain. And you've also got your shepherd hook. So you've got that all in yellow gold plated brass, and then you've got the same in your antique bronze plated brass and copper. Then you've got your little stardust beads. These are your detail beads. They've been given this sort of sandblasting finish to them so that they sparkle in that very unique way. And then they've had carvings placed on the surface of the beads themselves so that you get a little bit of texture as well, a bit of contrast between the stardust finish and I thought it was the other way around, in that I thought the information was wrong and this was the right matrix collection. Okay, so we're actually going to get, so it's the same except for that you're going to get rose gold and silver rather than yellow gold and antique bronze. My apologies. So the warehouse have sent us a matrix collection, but they've sent us the one with yellow gold and antique bronze. I tried to go with it, but actually it's incorrect. You are in fact going to get the silver and rose gold finish, exactly the same items though, yes? Okay. You've also got these hematite beads. In fact, we can show you everything you're going to get because there's a slight inaccuracy on this one in that you've got the different metal tones. There you go. You've actually got the silver plated copper findings and the rose gold plated copper findings. You've still got your stardust little spacer beads there. And there you go. There's the rose gold findings that you're going to get as part of this particular item, so my apologies. Then you've got your hematite beads, you've got the heart shapes and the star shapes, and have I mentioned that you get 300 carats of gemstones in the form of garnet, labradorite and smoky quartz. Okay, so the only difference is the colour of the findings that we have on set. That's the only difference. You're going to get silver and rose gold. All of the details you see online and on screen are correct, just that my physical sample, I have the yellow gold and the antique bronze, but you'll get the silver and the rose gold. Hopefully that's clear to everyone. You've got a huge number of findings here, and we are going to be able to provide everybody with a price reduction for the next 60 minutes. So currently available for $34.95. We're going to take the price down to $27.95. That represents a huge saving. But we have fewer than 20 in stock. Okay, so just to show how comprehensive this findings pack is, we're going to take on a little bit of a challenge. So Sam and I are both going to be given 120 seconds to create a jewellery design from the Matrix collection. So are we going to go one after the other, or are we going to do it at the same time? Yeah, that's what I think we should do at the same time.
I can't find any sets of findings, so they're all different finding colours, like the rose gold, silver and gold, all mixed.
What are you talking about?
If you have a look in your findings bag, I couldn't find a full set.
No. Oh, you're adding items
like, you
in. I
need
thought
to
you
add
had
it
to make
in.
something out of the Matrix collection. Just okay. So you've given us some findings
That
and some
beading
beading
thread.
thread.
You
Okay,
need-
beading thread's all right. Surely you don't need more findings than we've got here. No, you're not allowed the findings. Throw your findings away. Cheat. Only needed to add the. You haven't got a Matrix collection.
I got a little bit of it.
Get over here, Sam.
I'll
Come
put it
on.
on this one.
You can pick one of these, and I'll have the other one.
Okay.
Okay. Oh right, the producer thinks that I'll copy you. That's what it is. You say the
Is that
other.
it?
He said, "No, I don't think you'll copy her. I think you will actually hinder her." Yeah, that's what I was going to do with my beading thread. Just tie Sam's hands together. Okay, 2 minutes. Let's have 2 minutes on the clock. Oh,
I'm
have you-
scared. I'm genuinely frightened.
Sam's genuinely frightened.
I've never
Sam,
made
you're where
anything
you
in 2
belong,
minutes.
quite frankly. You're on that guest designer desk. I see a big future for you on that desk.
I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jewellery makers, ready. Producer, ready. Sam, you will go on my first whistle. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay.
Ryan's singing and making me laugh. Is that really 30 seconds? Oh.
I think this is fantastic television. Can't see how anybody would want to watch anything else.
I'm actually shaking so much I can just about get it through.
Oh, if you've done anything, you're ahead of me. Oh, half the stock's already been allocated. Oh dear. This is going to be a sellout.
I probably would have been better if I'd actually done it on 5. There we go. Sorry, Ryan.
Half the time's now gone on this
I've broken
particular...
something.
Yeah, okay.
No, I'm all good.
I finally got an idea. Oh no, I've just snapped it.
Why am I shaking?
This is going really well for me.
See, participation Pete wouldn't be shaking right now.
Oh no.
Oh God, I can't get
no.
anything through.
Oh no! Oh do 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 do. Do you know
Seeing
what?
that,
You're,
I'm going
do you know you're
it's
what? You're
hilarious.
right. We did need findings packs because we have got no head pins. That's all you need to add to this, and you can make whatever you wanted. Thanks. I've got 10 seconds. I am
You
not going
called
to do
me
well
a cheat
here.
when I tried to use them.
I've got a feeling Sam's won. I've managed to make a mess.
If I just finish this, I know it's cheating, but
Sam,
you
you
made me
finish your
laugh,
design. I've been
technically.
an epic fail here. I've got nothing to show for myself. I'll tell you one thing though, that I have noticed. Has Sam made something?
She's
putting it on a bust. Oh no.
I ran quick. I can't cut 'cause
Ooh.
it's not great, but there you go. I didn't technically cheat.
Oh, actually, yours
It
is
made me
pretty
laugh.
good. You did that in 2 minutes. Okay, fair enough. I have to concur with the gallery here, giving you a round of applause there. I've done this.
Yeah, but you didn't have the problem of everything
I'm
going
fired.
everywhere.
That's what I just heard. Okay, I was going to say that price reduction will be available for 60 minutes, but actually it looks like it's going to be a sellout deal. We've got 3 remaining in stock, but if everybody was to close their baskets, it would be a sellout. So, well, very, very popular item, and well done to Sam.
And in all seriousness, like when Mark is doing a really nice bracelet, I've seen him do a macrame bracelet with the stars.
Mm-hmm.
It's really nice. It's actually on Facebook still.
Okay, well that's
when he was a guest
great
designer.
actually, because I was just about to say, I know it seems like we're having a bit of fun and that, but the one thing we do take seriously is the gemstones, the findings, and of course the gorgeous jewellery designs. I failed, but Sam has been a very successful design, I think, for you in 2 minutes. Okay, we're going to leave that one there because it is now time to bring you another Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for a Star Buy, and on this occasion we've bundled together a selection of gemstones, well, for a few different reasons on this occasion. Not just to offer you a huge saving, but also because we were given some information by guest designer Mark that these were the essential cuts that people were looking for. The 2mm rounds, the 4mm rounds, the 6mm rounds, and the 8mm rounds. Now, my producer searched through different reports that we have that show us our stock to find appropriate sized gemstones based on the fact that everybody wants to get hold of the plain rounds. I managed to find that, and his only real criteria for selecting the gemstones was the size and the cut, because he was looking for a 2mm round, a 4mm round, a 6mm round, and an 8mm round. But starting to think that there's a jewellery designer inside my producer just waiting to get out, because have a look at the jewellery design that the strands created. He didn't actually make this, but this is the piece of jewellery that's been created by Sue from the gemstone combination. I mean, for me, I actually think I can see a bit of a bridal piece of jewellery going on there. Love the combination of the blues, the whites, and actually what you might not be able to see on screen is the fact that you've actually got the rainbow coating. It's got sort of like a fuchsia tone, almost that bubble-like effect that you get when we give something one of those rainbow coatings. That's your quartz. Those are your 6mm rounds. Sorry, yes. So then on the 4mm rounds, you've got the rainbow moonstone as well. So again, you get that adulorescence. Hopefully that's coming through. Can you see this rainbow coated pink quartz? Oh, you can definitely see it there. That almost sort of oil on water like effect, I suppose, that you get. So that's your pink rainbow coated quartz. Those are your 6mm rounds. Then you've got your 4mm rounds of your rainbow moonstone. And there's lots and lots of adulorescence going on here. Look at that. Gorgeous. And you've got your 2mm rounds of your clear quartz. And then you've got your 8mm rounds of this beautiful... I'm actually struggling to place the blue tone. The only comparison I can make is probably like a London blue topaz, actually. So you've got 8mm rounds, plain rounds, 6mm plain rounds, which is the pink rainbow coated quartz. Then you've got your 4mm rounds of rainbow moonstone and your 2mm rounds of your clear quartz. Now, as I say, when the bundle was originally put together, we were thinking of this as really a stash builder, so that you had each size of your plain rounds. But actually, now that we see the jewellery design that's been created, they work together so perfectly. The blue quartz becomes almost your statement gemstone. The pink coated quartz is the perfect accent. It attracts attention to the design, but it complements the beautiful blue quartz. And then the 2mm and the 4mm, because they've got that clarity, that subtlety, again, they feed into the design. They form the accent gemstones without stealing focus. Actually, it's just the perfect complement, isn't it? Hopefully, it will look a little bit better with a bit of a skin tone behind it. So you can see, I love the way The agilurescence is coming through on the moonstone. Not sure whether we can see it on screen, but you've got electric blue flashes. There we go, you see it there? On this gemstone here? When we were looking at this particular design before we came live, you could see all of this gorgeous agilurescence on the bottom run of gemstones. Then you get the coated pink quartz almost mirroring that agilurescence in its finish, and then that beautiful contrast of the sort of London blue tones from that quartz. I mean, the tiny 2mm quartz are perfect, aren't they? So you've got gorgeous clarity, you've got that delicate size. So you don't have to use all these together. They almost have a sort of lace-like feel to this design, doesn't it? It's beautiful. And we knew that it was going to be popular because everybody's trying to get hold of their plain rounds currently. And because we've put a strand of each particular size in this bundle, we know it's going to be popular. But when you see the jewellery that can be created from the combination of the gemstones combined with the ridiculous price point, I think it's going to be a sellout. £11.95. That's less than £3 per strand. And just have a look at those gemstones again. Less than £3 a strand for 8mm plain rounds of your blue quartz. Now that comes from our Gems of Distinction range. Then you've got 6mm rounds of this beautiful feminine pink tone with the mystic or rainbow coating, sorry, which creates that bubble-like effect. Then you've got 4mm rounds of rainbow moonstone, June's birthstone in fact, with a huge amount of agilurescence, again coming from our Gems of Distinction range. And then the essential 2mm clear quartz. Actually, those have actually been faceted, the 2mm rounds. Wow, that's micro-faceted, so that's seriously impressive. Less than £3 a strand for your 8mm rounds, your 6mm rounds, your 4mm rounds, and your 2mm rounds. And we didn't even realise how complementary the gemstones would work together within the design until we saw the design itself. So now we're 100% confident that this is a sure thing. It's an add it to your order item really. Every jewellery maker out there needs to have their plain rounds. You need to have this variety of sizes, and it doesn't hurt if they form gorgeous jewellery designs like this, does it? Everybody's coming through at JewelleryMaker.com, placing this in their basket. If everybody was to check out from their basket, we'd be left with single figures of availability. So make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. We have formed a short queue on the phone lines, but of course, it's almost inevitable really when you're offering people value like this for genuine gemstones. Congratulations to everybody who has secured their 2468 bundle. And actually, the girls in the office wanted me to sing on air, and this gives me the perfect in. 2468, never too late. I thought you'd have cut me there. We're going to a break. We'll be back in 2 minutes with more, I would say, more incredible deals. Can we beat that deal? We'll have a good try. Come back. We're going to a break. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Join guest designer Sarah Elvin for the Introduction to Bead Looming DVD. Sarah will guide you through many techniques including adding beads, pattern creations, beading with chips, adding beads to warp thread, as well as how to set up your bead loom. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. Come and join in the fun with international art clay instructor Natalia Coleman as she teaches you the basics of making personalised rings from silver clay. During the course of the day, you will learn how to create your own rings, add texture and decoration, finishing and polishing, and how to add colour to your finished piece. The full course includes use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a chance to meet our presenters, and have a chance to visit our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just $99.95. To book your place, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you. Join guest designer and polymer clay expert Debbie Bulford for our Extruder DVD. Debbie will guide you through a variety of techniques, including how to create geometric patterns, the soutache and lace look, and much more. To get your hands on a copy, simply contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on Jewellery Maker. Congratulations to everybody who just got hold of the 2468 bundle and of course the Matrix collection. We've had some very impressive deals in the opening hour of the show. The deals will not stop tonight because of course coming up at 7:30 p.m. the bag bundle. Two of our most popular and most reordered items here at Jewellery Maker, and we've been able to bundle them together to create essentially a wholesale deal. Are you excited by this particular bundle, Sam?
I'm hoping I can run fast.
Yeah, she's saying, will I be able to run out the studio and dial the number fast enough? We only have 100 of this bundle available. Sounds like a lot, but when you consider how many people are watching, I mean, for example, last night we had 150 strands of agate. They sold out in about 60 seconds. So that just goes to show you how quickly you're going to have to act on items like this. This is coming up at 7:30 p.m. The portfolio bag and the storage bag. So that's coming up in just over an hour's time. Coming up in 20 minutes' time, we've got a premiere strand being launched. And look at this. Huge faceted rondelles of citrine. For me, I think this is the perfect accompaniment for the amber that we sold at the weekend. Another very recognisable gemstone that a lot of people will be aware of is, of course, November's birthstone. Very, very large faceted rondelles of citrine. Now this, again, comes from our Gems of Distinction range, and it will be launched at an exclusive price in just 15 minutes' time. Let's try and find a few more deals for everybody out there. Oh, how about number 7? Sorry to jump in there, but I was just thinking, this is the larger pink coated quartz. So if you just got hold of the 2468 bundle, this is the Mystic coated rose quartz, but in the 12mm. So that will fit into that bundle perfectly. You actually end up with over 400 carats of rose quartz here, and it's got that Mystic coating. I hope that's going to come through on screen. It almost creates like a bubble-like effect, like that play of oil on water. That's how I always describe it. And you get this range of colour tones from your fuchsias to your electric greens, your golden tones, your sky blues come through as well. It will almost mirror the colour tones that you match it with. So I'm just thinking, if I did put it alongside this citrine, would you start to, yes, absolutely, start to get the golds and the greens. And actually, pretty gorgeous combination, maybe a combination I haven't considered before actually. These very subtle feminine pinks with these rich amber hues. I quite like that. And my producers just told me that this was a good selection because we can offer you a price reduction this evening. 12mm rounds. Let's have a look at the current price for 400 carats of Mystic Rose Quartz. Already under £10. That's what we do here at Jewellery Maker. We offer you the best value on the market for genuine gemstones. Down to $6.95. Not very often I see a price point that makes me speechless. I was just thinking how well this would match up with the lavender amethyst, actually, because they're both quite significant sizes. They're both impact gemstones for your showcase pieces, and you've got a lot of subtlety going on here, haven't you? Quite feminine tones, because you haven't got the intense purple tones, you've got more of the lavender hues, and here the rainbow coating almost tones down the pastel pink tone that you get. So at $6.95, I would say that's another add it to your order price. Maximise on your 1 P&P per day and get hold of 400 carats of Mystic Rose Quartz in your 12mm rounds for $6.95. Of course, it's only available at that price point for 60 minutes, at which point it's going to return to $9.95. That already represents the best value on the market for 400 carats of rose quartz. But at $6.95, it's a no-brainer, is it? You've got to add that to your order. Oh, we can see those colour tones coming through from the Mystic coating now. $6.95. As I say, all of the price reductions only available for 60 minutes. So take advantage of that deal right now to avoid disappointment. We're going to move on. And Emily's messaged in, as I say, a very regular contributor. We welcome your interaction here on The Late Show, particularly because we don't have a guest designer, so you are our guest designer. Well, actually, Sam's vying for that place, I have to say. Okay. Oh, Emily was saying thank you for putting together her jump ring suggestion. So we launched the show with, well, another clearance deal, actually. It should have been $17.70. We took it down to $6.95. Oh, I think you've got a few seconds to add it to your order if you are logged in. But that was a suggestion forwarded to us by Emily, and we put it together. So if you've got any ideas of bundles that you'd like to see here on The Late Show, then don't hesitate to get in contact with us. You can contact me on Facebook at Ed Presenter with a lowercase p, or you can just text into the studio. The number you need is 60777. Start your text with the phrase JM Studio, and even if you want to say like, oh, I want another 2468 bundle, then just let us know, and my producer will do anything in his power he can to get the items you want to see onto The Late Show. So there you go. Thank you, Emily, for getting involved with the show, and hopefully we paid you back by giving you a clearance deal. We've got this golden rutile quartz. Have a look at this. Now this is the more traditional variety of rutile quartz. And I think the GIA would quite like to reserve the name rutile quartz for this variety of the gemstone alone. And therefore the black and white variety that we see more traditionally here on Jewellery Maker would be known as tourmalated quartz. It doesn't really make any difference, it's just a name, isn't it? What we're really interested in is the unique inclusions you find in rutile quartz. Almost describe them. On the black and white variety, I almost think they look like paintbrush strokes, but on the golden variety, they almost look like angel hair or spun sugar. Needle-like inclusions which provide your designs with character and texture and a real feeling of elegance, I would say, with your rutile quartz. It's beautiful. It's almost like a champagne-like effect you get. It's almost like a fizzing inside the gemstone. Each and every gemstone totally unique because of the way Mother Nature's placed these rutilations inside the gemstone. Traditionally, you know, quartz probably quite well known as one of the most regularly occurring elements on the planet. But in order to find unique varieties like rutile quartz, of the kind of quality where they can be cut and faceted for jewellery designs, those aren't quite as easy to locate and find, are they? And just have a look at this. I don't think that we're getting the true nature of the gemstone across on screen. Actually, I can see a lot of clarity there. Here I'm seeing a lot of rutilations, a real golden hue coming from the gemstone itself. And just have a look, the faceting allows it to sparkle beautifully. I mean, this just feels like I'm holding a glass of champagne. And of course that will allow you to integrate these into your more elegant evening wear designs, if you like. I would say each and every gemstone large enough to be used as a pendant. Sam's got a suggestion for us. What were you saying? A fancy pyramid necklace. So that oh yes, that's a great idea. That's fantastic. Ah, my director forgot that Sam had a microphone on. Don't worry, I'll translate Sam's design to everybody out there. She was saying she would almost like a sort of Christmas tree-like design, alternate, yeah. So there you go. So a wire structure to set them onto.
Still
beading thread, so that you get the evangelation, they move around. There you go. Now, this particular variety of rutile quartz, very, very popular with gemstone collectors. Because I think it's because of the rutilations. It's one of those gemstones where you can see Mother Nature's played her part in creating the overall aesthetic of the gemstone itself. And so collectors out there really tend to appreciate this gemstone. You can see the way the crystal's formed. You can actually prize it for its inclusions. Each and every gemstone almost has its own personality. But here on The Late Show, we only have a limited stock availability on this strand. If you want to get involved, you know what to do. Start dialing that free phone number right now to put yourself to the front of the queue. Alternatively, you can click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. We are going to offer you an exclusive price reduction for the next 60 minutes. It should be $19.95, although I'm not sure there are too many suppliers out there that could bring you this carat weight of golden rutile quartz for $19.95. We've just taken it down to $12.95. That is... Do you know what? I'm probably going to get in trouble for saying this because we don't like this word very often, but I have to. It's the only word I can think of to describe this particular deal. It's a bargain. That is an absolute bargain. Now I start to understand why we have so many collectors investing in our Gems of Distinction strands to create gemstone collections rather than to create gemstone jewellery. I mean, if you are fortunate enough to come along maybe to our workshop, or if you are, you know, like a competition winner and you get the chance to come down to our studios, you will be given the chance to go down to the owner of the company, Mr. Steve Bennett's museum, which is his personal collection of gemstones. You've got rough cut varieties in there that he's managed to acquire from going to meet mine owners, but also his very prized collection of cut gemstones. Of course, we see that it features the largest cut morganite in the world, but sitting right alongside that morganite are two huge golden rutile quartz. They're roughly the size of my face. But actually, I'll tell you what, you're not doing too badly on this strand, are you? They range from 10 by 8 to 16 by 11, so a very significant size. And again, the benefit of that to jewellery makers is that the larger the size of the gemstone, the larger the number of facets we can place on the surface of each gemstone, and the greater the play of light. So even more sparkle. Just have to make everyone aware of this particular combination. Now, this premier strand of citrine is going to be launched in about 5 minutes' time as a star buy. That works perfectly. Good work, Sam. You're on fire so far this evening. There you go. Citrine and golden rutile quartz. I think that is a must-have, that golden rutile quartz, particularly for the collectors out there. £12.95. Only available at that price for 60 minutes, of course. Where are we moving on to, sorry? Right. Now this is the traditional Bags Wyco. I think this is just the normal sized one that we've always had. I'm guessing most jewellery makers out there already know how to use this tool. They already know how useful it is. Basically, it allows you to create maybe bead caps for your gemstones, or of course, we saw this design over the weekend, didn't we? And we can see it's actually become a feature of gems, but also a fastening for the felt. That's the word I'm looking for. And see that these were created using the Wags Wyco. It is such an easy tool to use. Again, if I can do it, anyone can do it. I'm just going to grab a little bit of wire actually, and I'll show you how to create a little cone from the Wags Wyco. It's very, very easy to use. And I've got some wire now. And the good thing about this is it's so easy to get out the packaging. I hate that sort of vacuum packed plastic that you've got to get your garden shears out to open it. Completely unnecessary. Here we go. Again, it's one of those tools that always creates a very professional finish, so that's why I love it. I think when you are selling your designs, or even if you're giving designs away as gifts, you want to be able to create a very professional finish, and that justifies the price you want to achieve. Or of course, if you are giving it as a gift to a loved one, you want to show them that, you know, that they're special to you. Just need a little snip to get that off. Ooh. Oh, I can't get this. There we go. So basically, you're able to create the cone effect, just simple wrap the wire, and as you can see here, the finish that you get. I just need a pair of pliers just to poke that through. Okay, I'm being told that a huge number of these are already being allocated to orders. So £7.95 is the price point. We've got that on screen for you now, so if you do want to add that to your order, then act now. I'm desperate to get this off and show you how easy it is. There we go. All you gotta do is give that initial bit a little snip. There we go, and then it'll slide off. So there you go. Simple as that. There you go. It's formed the perfect bead cap, hasn't it, really? Oh, look, how about these? Oh, look at that, from the 5-strand Super Saver coming up shortly. That looks brilliant. That's so true, Sam. So if I just made another one of those,
yeah, and
encased the pearl, then all I need is a
and then do the same for a bracelet and
neckline.
Maybe even for the earring.
That's a way to maximise on those as well. So you can use this tool to make a real feature out of your wire, and then you don't have to use quite so many gems within your jewellery designs. That's great thinking. These are the kind of ways you have to operate if you are trying to maybe elevate your hobby into a small business. You have to think about your own profit margins, and of course anything that will help you to make your gemstones go that little bit further has to be worthwhile. Of course, we all know that tools are cool, and just so you can see that how easy it was for me, it's just because there's that little hole in there. You just feed your wire in there. You saw that even on live TV I was able to detach it from the tool. So there you go. That's the Wags Wyco, £7.95. Perfect for all jewellery makers, but particularly wire workers, to really help you make your gemstones go that little bit further. Okay, so lots of people getting hold of that one. We're going to move on. And this time, I'm going to give you the chance now to own some champagne cultured pearls, actually. Now, the ones in the 5-strand Super Saver are shell pearl. These are genuine cultured pearls. But you can't deny the champagne finish. Even before that came on screen, I couldn't possibly classify these as peach or golden. It's champagne. That's exactly the colour tone that you've got here. They're 9x7mm in size, so slight elongation. But I think when you're working with organic minerals like pearls, you actually want slight irregularities because it shows your customers that these have been, you know, hand carved by Mother Nature. And once again, producer Liam, in a generous mood, is telling me he's going to provide everybody with a price reduction. Now, yesterday morning, I did a bridal themed show. Pearls were flying out the door for the whole 4 hours. Of course, pearls are synonymous with weddings and bridal jewellery, aren't they? And actually, this would be perfect for a bridal theme, because the colour tone is just going to go with anything. Even if you're going for the traditional whites and silvers, this would be a beautiful contrast just as a pearl necklace. Actually, do you know what? I went to a little wedding a couple of weeks ago. My sister's wedding, I gave her away. And I can tell you that every single member of the bridal party was wearing pearls, because that's what my sister gave to everybody as wedding favours. So all the bridesmaids had single pearls on necklaces, and my little girl was the flower girl, and she had a little pearl bracelet. And my sister, the bride, was actually wearing pearls on the big day. Now, I wanted to show everybody a couple of pictures from the wedding yesterday on the bridal show, but they weren't available. But they got back from their honeymoon today, and my brother-in-law sent me one. So we've got a picture of me on the big day, giving my sister away. This is me and my grandmother together. Hey, there I am in my kilt. And that's Jane from Ayrshire. That's my granny. Do you know what I love about my granny's outfit on the day? She went out and specifically bought a purple walking stick to go with her outfit. She's so dapper. And before you all start texting in, yes, I am a real Scotsman. Okay, so there you go, you got to see me in my kilt. Okay, let's get the original price for these champagne pearls on screen. Wow, $14.95. These are, I would say, luxury pearls at that size. Generally say anything over about 8.5mm is considered luxury pearls. These are 9x7mm. And we've just handed you back the equivalent of your P&P. We've taken these down to $11.95, an essential for most jewellery makers. Now, the reason that we focus on bridal wear and you know, accessories for weddings quite heavily here at Jewellery Maker is that is how a lot of jewellery makers find they get started with gaining commissions. So you start to create beautiful jewellery designs and you're wearing them yourself. That's, of course, the best advert you could hope for. As soon as somebody spots that you create bespoke jewellery designs, it's not too long before you get your first bridal commission. $11.95 for champagne cultured pearls here. Very slight irregularity in the shape, in that they're slightly elongated, but in terms of, I would say, markings or irregularities on the surface of the gemstone, you haven't got any of that. Beautiful smooth finish, perfect pearlescence, and of course that rich, opulent champagne colour tone. $11.95, as far as I'm concerned, represents a clearance price for this strand because of the colour tone, the size, and do your own research. Have a look at whether anyone out there can compete with our prices on pearls. I'm always blown away by what we do here at Jewellery Maker. You can restrand that, add, I would say, a rose gold plated clasp, and you're looking at a 65, 70 pound necklace. Certainly if you were to see this in a boutique, that's what they'd be expecting to achieve, at least, maybe even 3 figures. So it could end up being a real profit maker for you. $11.95 is the price point on that strand of pearls, but only for the next 60 minutes. We must have been having a lot of fun in the last 30 minutes because it's now time for another Star Buy. Thank you. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another Star Bite, and on this occasion we're going to be launching a premiere strand, and this is another very, very well-known gemstone. It's a birthstone for the month of November. Very rich, almost amber-like tones from your citrine here. Deep saturation of those golden hues from the gemstone. It's phenomenal, isn't it? And they're very large rondelles. They range from 5x3 to 6x3, so they're quite wide. These again would be perfect on charm designs, actually. And Sam's just had the same train of thought as I have. Have you just gone and got the amber that's coming up later? Yes. See, as soon as I saw this, I was thinking, Emma, thank you, Sam.
Sorry?
And we have got your second bite of the cherry on one of the strands of amber we launched at the weekend, coming up at about 7 PM. Well, that is perfect. I was right. Just have a look at those sort of cognac and honey amber tones. They match up perfectly with the citrine, don't they? So as soon as I saw the citrine, I was thinking of those amber hues, and there you go, the perfect comparison, amber itself. And don't forget that amber's coming up very, very soon. No, oh, it's not tied at one end, you know, that strand. So we lost a few ambers there. I'll let you sort that out, Sam. 95 carats of citrine, and I have to say, this is a little bit longer than a traditional strand here at Jewellery Maker, in that it's 33 centimetres in length. You've got a huge number of citrine on this particular strand. I would say you could create gorgeous charm designs because those rondelles are faceted, but they're a little wider than a usual rondelle here at Jewellery Maker. This, of course, comes from our Gems of Distinction range. Okay. Sam, providing us with yet more inspiration, and I love your idea. How about this? With the champagne pearls, so if you are creating a wedding design, use the pearls as on the wrist line, and then have the citrines on the extender chain.
Just little, like two,
just a couple,
just dangling from the bracelet.
Because
so they
the
can have a bit of
faceting will
movement.
catch the light. I always know the rationale behind your designs, but you're the creative force. We're a great dream team,
It's
Sam.
a good team.
95 carats of citrine here. I totally agree with you. That's a fantastic combination. With the amber as well, perhaps, because then it's going to be a very naturalistic design, if you like, because you've got those two organic minerals in the form of your pearls and your amber, combined with one of Mother Nature's crystal formations, if you like, in your citrine. Now, if you want to get hold of this deal, I can tell you we are going to be launching this evening for the first ever time at an exclusive launch price, so it is going to represent your best opportunity to get hold of this strand. I can tell you we've got lots of people coming through multi-buying this strand. Maybe Philippa's birthday's in November, and this is your birthstone. That's why you're getting hold of two of these, or maybe it's just the value for the quality of the citrine we've got here. This again comes from our Gems of Distinction range. It represents the highest possible quality we can source for you, and we've got a very regular buyer from New Mexico snapping up all the deals tonight, so welcome to you, Terry. We've gone global. That just goes to highlight the value we can offer you here at Jewellery Maker, the fact that it's cheaper for Terry to buy from us here at Jewellery Maker than to source this gemstone in the States. Congratulations to everybody who's come through early for this deal, because I've also got people coming through on the free phone number. Let's have a look at our exclusive launch price, $14.95. But there is such a huge number of gemstones on this strand, I'm blown away. I just think if you do, perhaps, this looks like a traditional strand here at Jewellery Maker from our Gems of Distinction range. Just to highlight how much larger the rondelles are and how much longer the strand is, that gives you an idea. So that's our shaded emerald, very prestigious strand here at Jewellery Maker, and that's a traditional length of a strand and the size of the rondelle. So that's a great comparison. You can see how wide the Citrine are, how much larger they are, and it's a bit like a washing up commercial now, but you can see it just keeps on going and going. So there you go. Hopefully that gets it across to everybody on screen. It can be a little bit difficult because we're talking about variations of 1, 2 or 3 millimeters, aren't we? So that's not always easy to translate across the TV screen, but hopefully that gives you an idea of how much larger the Citrine are and how many more you get on this particular strand. A premiere launch and an exclusive price of $14.95. This is easily your best opportunity to get hold of this strand, and congratulations to everybody who's multi-buying that strand. Some people even taking 3. Okay, we'll leave that one with you because coming up, oh yes, in just 20 minutes time, sorry, the reason I was doing that is there's a clock up there, so sorry, is that we have another exclusive launch, another premiere for this evening, and it's this beautiful lavender amethyst. Huge slabs. They are ranging from 25 by 20 to 30 by 20, and that's over 450 carats of amethyst. They are faceted on the surface, these step cut facets, so you're going to get beautiful play of light but quite subtle colour hue. I mean, you've effectively got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 pendants. The reason that I'm giving everybody so much information about this strand right now is that we launched a similar strand yesterday evening in the blue agate, and we sold out, I think, around about 150 strands in about 60 seconds. On this strand, however, we've only got 100 in stock. So, fewer available on this particular deal, and probably an even more popular and recognisable gemstone. It's going to be a sellout, and actually a lower price as well. I might as well just give everybody the information they need. A lower price point, a higher carat weight, and probably a more well recognised gemstone, but a lower stock availability. Basically, the second the code hits the screen, start dialing the free phone number, or probably it'll be even more efficient to log into JewelleryMaker.com right now, because I'm going to give you a deal before it. Where are we going to go on to? Is it this? Yes, I thought so. So this is the Ranger melting pot, a very, very popular item, mainly for people who are involved in the more niche disciplines, maybe the resin, the polymer clay, the, what was it originally designed for, in fact? Enamel, that was it. Sorry, my brain's not working today. But you know what? I've got some rather devastating information to give everybody out there. The melting pot is going to be discontinued. Not by us here at Jewellery Maker, but by the manufacturer themselves, apparently. That's information that we've received from viewers who have heard this from the manufacturer. They've given us that information. We're passing it on to everybody out there. We don't think that this company are going to continue to create the melting pots. I hope that's accurate. But yes, that's what we hear, is that we'll no longer be able to get hold of these because they're not going to make them anymore. Such a useful item. Allows you to melt down your resins and your enamels, allows you to heat and cook your polymer clay. It actually allows you to create some very, very innovative designs. I remember when we first got hold of this and everybody was playing with it, and there was just such a buzz around the Jewellery Maker office when people started to play with their melting pot. And it has a sliding, adjustable temperature control, ergonomic handles for easy lifting and pouring. It's a convenient appliance for melting many craft mediums. It's got your removable lid for quicker melting, and you also get your non-stick spatula with this item. You can see that on screen. Let's get the price on screen for anybody who's missed out on the opportunity to own this melting pot previously. $38.95, again, represents ridiculous value for this item. And it could be that this is a short-lived opportunity, because of course if the company themselves discontinue the item, they no longer manufacture it, we won't be able to bring it to you. $38.95 for your Ranger melting pot. Sam, you got that design. I'll take that cuff, definitely, because just have a look at this. Beautiful. Love that design. Do you know who made that, Sam? No? I'm not going to guess because I'll just get in trouble with one of our expert designers, but it is beautiful. Oh yes, of course. If you were watching the show where this was created and you know who made it, then text in and let me know to get me out of trouble with those talented designers of ours. So yeah, you could create that using your melting pot, couldn't you? Okay, we'll leave that one with you. As I say, who knows how much longer we'll be able to bring in the melting pot for. And don't forget, that strand of amethyst coming up in 10 minutes' time. My suggestion is that this is going to be a sellout deal. These huge slabs of faceted lavender amethyst showcase pieces of a very popular gemstone. Just 10 minutes to go. We're moving on. This is blue sapphire sterling silver chain. We got these in around about Christmas time, didn't we, these chains? They were literally flying out the door. Now this is come in a new delivery, but I was saying, like, we had this style of chain around Christmas time and they tended to be very, very popular. Love, love, love this particular gemstone chain, because these are your rich midnight blue sapphires. September's birthstone. And these are the kind of colour tones which I think people traditionally associate with sapphires, one of the big four. Hopefully the blue hues are coming through. It almost looks jet black on screen. And it's because of the depth of the colour combined with the faceting, so you're getting that reflective quality, that lustre that we associate with darker gemstones. When you see it up close in the flesh, you also get those almost tanzanite blues coming through. Hopefully you can sort of see them coming through as well. So basically, as soon as I get a bit of light passing through the gemstones, you'll be able to see those beautiful blue hues coming through. It doesn't help that I'm wearing a navy shirt. I'm trying to avoid it. So there you go. You can see that these are beautiful midnight blue sapphires. Again, faceted rondelles. These range in size from 2x1 to 5x1. You don't need to use a great deal of these. Again, range from 2x1 to 5x3 mil. My apologies. What I was going to say is, you know, when you were talking about setting a few of these citrines onto the end of an extender chain, Sam? Yeah. Well, this is an extender chain itself, isn't it? You just need to select a short length. These are hand looped sterling silver chains. I mean, can you imagine just snipping that there and using that as your extender chain? You're instantly increasing the value of the piece of jewellery you've created, because you're working with sterling silver. You're offering your customers one of the big four in its traditional colour tone, and you only need to use a short length of chain. I'm guessing that's about 1/2 metre, is that right? 48 centimetres, not bad then. I was 2 centimetres out. Well, I said about 1/2 metre, so I was exactly right. Nice one, Sam. So you've got as a white background, so hopefully the blue tones will come through from these sapphires. Actually, in our studio, I think we're going to struggle because of that rich saturation of colour. Do you know what? That's why we offer you a 30-day money-back guarantee here at Jewellery Maker, so that you can appreciate these strands in the flesh before making a final decision. I've already got people coming through multi-buying this. I can tell you I've only got a limited number available. Let's have a look at the price point this evening. Wow, $29.95. I mean, just for the chain you pay $29.95. Just for the sapphires you pay $29.95. But a 1/2 metre, 48 centimetre length of sterling silver chain with faceted rondelles of beautiful blue sapphires. For me, it's a no-brainer. This is the perfect extender chain for any prestigious piece of jewellery. Do you know what I would match this up with, actually? I was thinking rubies, because that contrast between the rich, almost pigeon blood reds and the midnight blues I think would work perfectly. I know that we've got a strand of ruby. It's in the 8 p.m. hour, Sam. I think it's number 4. There you go. Good memory. Is that right? Oh, 7 p.m. number 4. My apologies, I got that wrong. I was just thinking about this. So then you've got the sort of navy blue tones and the cherry reds. I think this would work beautifully together. And then you're offering your customers 2 of the big 4, 2 of the most famous gemstones on the planet, rich red rubies and midnight blue sapphires. These particular sapphires set into your sterling silver chain. Now all of that is hand looped chain. And how many of these do we have in stock, Producer Liam? Oh, we're down to single figures of availability. The final 8 strands left in stock. So, as I say, even if you are in 2 minds, add it to your order, get it home, and use your 30-day money-back guarantee to make an informed decision. I'll leave that one with you, and we'll move along. Ooh. Look at these huge, oval-shaped, almost, I would describe them as pebbles of turquoise. Because they've got that very high polished finish to these ovals, which reminds me of sort of a pebble-like finish. I love this gemstone. Really, really impressive that despite the fact this is a reconstituted variety of turquoise, you've still got that traditional banding you'd associate with the gemstone. I love that. They're 19 by 17 mil in size, giving us 500 carats in total. And this, again, is one of those gemstones that we're not going to be able to bring you every day here at Jewellery Maker. Very, very sought after gemstone. And that's why we've managed to acquire these reconstituted varieties, because, well, the reason we're able to get hold of reconstituted turquoise is because whenever we find a deposit gets snapped up by some of the biggest designers in the world, you'll find that, you know, the names that are synonymous with, you know, high-end jewellery designs will actually build whole collections around gorgeous turquoise. So whenever they've finished cutting their gemstones, you get the offcuts and you create these reconstituted varieties. So even then, you're relying on the bigger designers basically creating wasteful cuts. That's what you need in order to create these. So even the reconstituted varieties, we're not going to see every day here on Jewellery Maker. And actually, this could be more useful to bespoke jewellery makers. If you're working on, you know, sort of mid-ranged jewellery designs where you're trying to achieve certain price points, reconstituted varieties allow you to offer your customers turquoise without you having to, you know, elevate those price points into the 3-figure realms, for example. So this could actually be more useful to crafters than the natural turquoise. And of course, you get these huge carat weights, 500 carats in total, of a gemstone which is not only a birthstone, December's birthstone, but also it's going to go with virtually every other gemstone. In fact, just thinking about this, it's going to be quite gem heavy. It's going to be offering your customers a huge impact because they're 2 of the most well-known gemstones available. But how about this? The turquoise tones and the lavender purple tones. I think that's a fantastic combination. And I always like the contrast between the polished gemstones and the faceted gemstones. I think that looks really high impact. Actually, would the Chalcedony, the superstar buy, tie it all together? Oh yes, that works for me. That looks beautiful. Okay, now, if you do want to get involved with this deal, my advice, start dialing the free phone number right now. We've had a few varieties of this turquoise recently, and they tend to be sellouts. We've got a few remaining in stock on these larger cuts, the 19 by 17 mil ovals. My advice, start dialing that free phone number right now. Just have a look at the matrix on the surface of these gemstones. Again, it provides you with a bespoke finish to each and every jewellery design thanks to the banding or the webbing on the gemstone itself. Here comes your price point this evening for 500 carats of turquoise. $11.95. This is a gemstone which has, again, a very rich history attached to it. Originally traded in France, and it was brought here by Turkish traders, and they used to call it the Turkish stone. That's where we take the translation turquoise from. And the gemstone gave name to the colour. So that just goes to show how historic this gemstone is, how well this gemstone has been received throughout the eras. $11.95 is not reflective of the kind of price point you'd normally pay for 500 carats of turquoise, but we're able to provide you with that deal because we've got this reconstituted variety. Say again, sorry. Oh right, let's move on to the next opportunity, my producer's saying. Where is it? How did you know that, Sam?
I didn't say it.
Oh, okay. You did say it. Sam just ran over with a helping hand before you told me, but you did say it, I just didn't hear you. I was like, okay, now that's freaky. It's all well and good being knowledgeable, but telepathic. So this is your helping hands, very useful tool. Actually, do you know what? We should have one of these on set for when I have to read a text message. So, what you can actually do with this particular tool is, there we go, I'm just trying to get it in position. So let's say you're working on this, so you just use your crocodile clips to get it in place, and then, not as easy on an actual strand, oh, get in there, it's 2 gem heavy, that's what it is, I'll put it round like that. And then you can use your magnifying glass to do your intricate work. So if you're doing some wire work, for example, and you want really high level of detail, or what else? All those very intricate sort of seed bead designs.
From the 5-strander.
Yes, the
Most
2 mil
definitely.
rounds. If you're working with this, to be honest, the way my eyes are at the moment, I need it even for those big slabs. But actually, have a look at this. And if you're trying to create maybe very intricate designs like Paula Wright creates those brooch designs using the seed beads.
I use it just to hold my jewellery as opposed to always with the magnifier.
Ah, okay. So Sam's saying that even if you have 20/20 vision, like she does, she still uses the helping hands very, very regularly because the crocodile clips holds her design in place, and then it's always magnified, so you've always got a better representation. My producer and director are getting annoyed because they are a visually impaired gallery, they're saying. They both wear glasses. I'm pretty sure I need glasses, I just haven't been to the opticians.
I wear glasses.
Yeah, hold on a minute, Sam wears glasses. There you go. Do you know what, as I say, even if you're not optically impaired, even if you have 20/20 vision, it's still going to be a useful item, and the name sums up exactly what it does. It's a helping hands. It holds your item in place, and it makes it much easier to work on that design, and it's an added to your order price, $4.95.
I know a lady, I'm not going to mention who it is.
Okay,
she's
Sam
got a
knows.
bit of a shake.
A Jewellery Maker. Ah.
And she's got a little bit of arthritis as well, so
Right.
that holds it steady for her while she can just put a bead
Brilliant. So did we get that off Sam's mic? Yes, so we heard that, yes.
I meant
so
gem, not bead.
if you've got dexterity problems, or as you say, some people have got a little bit of an unsteady hand, this could be perfect if you're trying to create beautiful jewellery designs and you're finding that that's actually affecting your ability to work. Helping hands, $4.95, and actually it's one of those very sought after items for jewellery makers because it almost just makes your crafting area look more professional, doesn't it? If you've got all your tools on one side and then you've got your mate. Oh, look at this. So Anne, very regular buyer in Aberdeen, has texted in to say she couldn't live without a helping hand. She actually wouldn't be able to create jewellery designs if it wasn't for this very useful and professional tool. £4.95, another add it to your order price. That's the way to maximise on your 1p and p per day. And it is now time to launch the Amethyst Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for a really impressive star buy. As far as I'm concerned, it's going to be a sellout. Okay, the code's on screen. Start dialing that free phone number 08006446655. It's ringing. Right, I'm through. So I've got one. That leaves us with 99 in stock because I think this could be a sellout strand this evening. We offered you a similar size and cut in our blue agate last night as our superstar buy. It sold out in around about 60 seconds, and actually we have an even more affordable price this evening for this strand, and I would suggest a more popular and recognisable gemstone in the form of lavender amethyst. One of the most popular gemstones used on the high street. Of course, it's February's birthstone, so it has those very strong connections with the romantic ideals which are held in the month of February with Valentine's, sometimes called Cupid's gemstone, in fact. And I have to say, we started with exactly 100 strands. A quarter of the stock's already been allocated, and we've had it on screen for what, 20 seconds so far. If you want to get hold of this, even if you're in two minds, please start dialing that free phone number right now. I hate for anybody to be disappointed just based on the fact that they didn't act quick enough. We still have stock available. You can still come through right now. We haven't even brought the price on screen, and a third of the stock has now been allocated. So 34 strands have been allocated. That leaves us with 66 in stock. I told you you're going to have to act quickly if you want to get hold of one of these. These are huge faceted slabs, step-cut facets on the surface of a gemstone. The reason that's so useful, of course, is because I think these are going to be used as pendants, and it allows the light to be dispersed across the surface of the gemstone in a very unique way. Can you see that? There you go. That just goes to show you the significance of the facets on the surface of the gemstone. It's basically going to be really sparkly, which is what you want. Especially if you're working with the very feminine gemstones like this, these beautiful lavender tones that you've got here. Okay, half the stock has now been allocated. We better get that price on screen right now. £9.95, under £10 this evening for 480 carats of amethyst. And I have to say, that actually represents a huge carat weight on each and every gemstone, because you've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 in total. Last night, in fact, the agate was £11.95 and you had 6 gemstones on the strand, because Mark commented on the fact that that worked out at just £2 a pendant. This evening, you're talking about like 66p per pendant, and this is amethyst. Don't ask me how we do it. Actually, I'm the exact man to ask how we do it. What we do is, here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we deal directly with the mine owners, and the owners of the company are real-life gem hunters. And Steve Bennett, the owner of the Genuine Gemstone Company, tells me that he believes he's been to more artisan mines than any other person on the planet. And of course that allows us to build up very strong and long-standing relationships. If you're going direct to the source, you're able to cut out the middlemen and make a saving. And we, here at Jewellery Maker, pass those savings on to you at home. We have just taken 480 carats of lavender amethyst to under £10. It's another add it to your order price this evening. Could be used as maybe 14 individual pendants. So that I think, would allow you to make your money back off one gemstone. The rest is pure profit. Maybe you don't create jewelry designs to sell. Maybe you create them for loved ones. Do you know anybody whose birthday's in February? Stock up now. Maybe you want to create a beautiful design for somebody whose birthday's in February, but you don't want to have to wait till their birthday. Maybe you want to give them a gift now just because. Maybe they're going through a hard time. And you can say, oh, I've made this for you, I've used your birthstone. They don't need to know that you've got it at a wholesale price, do they? It's the thought that counts with any gift. Just have a look at this design quickly, because this is the way you can integrate these larger gemstones into your designs without them necessarily stealing the show. So you can have a look at this design. It's quite a busy, inspired by nature style design. And then if you have a look closely, you can see these faceted slabs of prehnite have been set into the wire work. You see that there? If you've got some of your purple wire, you could recreate this design and you could actually set the lavender amethyst into that design. Wow. Barbara, you just bought 3. Anonymous buyers coming through, taking 2s, 3s. Oh, somebody just got 4. Looks to me like this is going to be a sellout. I tried to give everybody a heads up. Don't panic. Don't take my word for it. Speak to a member of the help team. Start dialing that free phone number. As soon as you come through, if we have any available in stock, our award-winning help team will add this to your order. If you have placed it in your basket, however, my advice, check out now to avoid disappointment, because we do have a queue on the phone lines of about 10 or 15 people, and we've got about 10 people who have placed this in their basket. So I don't want anybody to miss out because they didn't check out their basket. Act now to avoid disappointment. You do, of course, have a 30-day money-back guarantee, and if any of these do fall back into stock, or maybe we're left with a few, I can't guarantee that we're going to be able to honour the $9.95 price point that we've launched these at. That, right now, is an exclusive price point to us here on The Late Show while stocks last. Congratulations to everybody adding that strand of amethyst to their order. We have to leave it there and go to a quick break. Before we do, just let me make everyone aware that at 7:30, it's the bag bundle. You do not want to miss out on this deal. Once again, we have exactly 100 opportunities. Sorry, Sam. 99 opportunities, because Sam wants one. And I think it's going to be another sellout. Oh yes, good point. Every single lady on the workshop today, it was quite an intimate workshop today. There were 3 ladies in there. They all want one, and they told me they'll definitely be back by 7:30, so it's going to be launched then. So that takes down to 96 opportunities. Sam's mum wants one. We've only got 95 now before we even start. Okay, that's coming up in 20 minutes' time. We're going to a break. Don't go away.
Come and join in the fun with international art clay instructor Natalia Coleman as she teaches you the basics of making personalized rings from silver clay. During the course of the day, you will learn how to create your own rings, add texture and decoration, finishing and polishing, and how to add color to your finished piece. The full course includes use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a chance to meet our presenters, and have a chance to visit our gemstone museum. All of this for just $99.95. To book your place, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
Join the incredibly talented guest designer Alison Tarry in her very first wire sculpture DVD. In this edition, you will learn all the skills needed to create fabulous scrollwork designs, including a decorative bell, wire booties, and an ornamental box. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Join guest designer and polymer clay expert Debbie Bulford for our Extruder DVD. Debbie will guide you through a variety of techniques including how to create geometric patterns, the soutache and lace look and much more. To get your hands on a copy, simply contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. Come and join guest designer Natalia Coleman and learn how to use fashion leather to create stunning pieces of jewellery. Natalia will guide you through the process of working with the leather to create 4 unique and different designs. This workshop is perfect for beginners. No previous experience of jewellery making is necessary. The full course includes a selection of leather sheets, a variety of leather findings, use of gold, silver or copper coated wire, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and museum and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just £99.95. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on Jewellery Maker. Very, very exciting shop opportunity coming up in just 20 minutes time. The big bag bundle, the storage bag and the portfolio bag bundled together to create a unique saving and what is appearing to be a very, very popular idea. We should be starting with 100. We already know we've only got 95 because the ladies in the workshop are aware of this deal and they were very, very insistent that they wanted to get hold of one of these. Sam's already earmarked a multi-buy, one for her and one for her mum. So, again, even if you're in two minds, act the second the graphics hit the screen in order to avoid disappointment. So you can get this home and really you'll be able to instantly see the practicality of these items. I mean, I actually think that a lot of the items that we do here at Jewellery Maker tend to have other applications within, well, completely different worlds. I mean, we just had a text message from one of our viewers who was saying that the helping hands, she's actually bought one for her husband who's a mechanic because he finds it so useful. It was Claire in Greater Manchester who said that her husband actually uses the helping hands for his work as a mechanic. So, you know, all of these items, they're so practical as well as making you look like a true pro. So that's coming up in about 15-20 minutes time. Not long to wait at all, but limited availability, I'm afraid. But before that, we're going to try and find add it to your order items. We're starting with these Golden Tiger's Eye donuts. 14mm in size. As we learned yesterday evening, perfect for masculine jewellery designs. I mean, these would look kind of gorgeous on a pair of cufflinks, wouldn't they? And if you did, for example, get hold of the 5-strand super saver and you got the seed beads, you could actually set a gemstone in the centre of the donut as well. You know what the beauty of creating cufflinks out of these is? You wouldn't have to do much work because obviously the other part would fit through the central hole of the donut itself. So, and you've got that earthy tone that works with so many different gemstones. Tiger's Eye, one of those gemstones that actually we've been quite successful in sourcing from day one here at Jewellery Maker. But as with all of the gemstones we bring you, the quality seems to improve year on year. And this particular strand of golden tiger's eye is displaying so much chatoyancy. It's kind of ridiculous. Now, chatoyancy is this optical effect that you can see on the surface of the gemstone. Hopefully it's coming through. This one's displaying it quite well. You can see it's almost like a cat's eye-like effect, where the light moves across the surface of the gemstone. So it ranges from these sort of conker browns to these golden tones, but you get that little shimmer. Let me try and isolate one gemstone. Whoa, look at that. You don't have to try very hard to get a very dramatic effect from this particular gemstone. I love this. Do you know what I'm thinking? This would go quite well with the golden rutile quartz we did in the last hour, because the actual optical effect almost looks a little bit like those needle-like inclusions, doesn't it? And you've got the same colour tones. 160 carats in total on this particular strand of Tiger's Eye. And let's have a look at our price point. $7.95. Another added to your order price for another very, very popular gemstone. And actually, I think the reason that Tiger's Eye has always been so popular with our jewellery makers is that it is a little bit denser than other gemstones, you know, much more difficult to damage if you are working on some of the more robust designs. And I was thinking, the reason that I mentioned that is I was thinking this would work really well with wire work, because again, that donut in the centre, that cut, basically provides you with an extra drill hole, if you like, somewhere else to create a prong through or to integrate the wire into your design. So they'd work on so many different genres of jewellery making, wouldn't they? At $7.95, another no-brainer. Or how about on black leather cord in a sort of masculine macrame design? I would definitely wear that. That would look amazing. $7.95. You've got a huge number of gemstones on the strand, and they're 14mm in size. We'll leave that one with you, and we'll move along. Yeah. Another essential finding, really, because these are your little spacer beads, but with a huge level of decoration, almost like a little flower, really. Oh yes, they're classified as floral beads, in fact. You could say that, you know, the detailing itself looks like little petals. I think that's the idea. Of course, sorry, where's my tweezers? It doesn't matter, I've got a pair of pliers here, I use these. You can see. Producer's just saying, yeah, I think just for safety reasons, they just don't put them out on the desk when you're around, Ed. Regular viewers will know how bad I am with a pair of tweezers. I'm actually much more comfortable with the pliers, actually. Oh. Everybody's having a good laugh at my expense, aren't they? Here you go. Where do we get these tweezers from? These are a bit easier to use. Everyone was waiting for me to drop it then, weren't you? But I didn't. Gold-plated sterling silver here on your detailed floral beads. 7x4mm in size. You get 5 as part of this particular pack. And these are the kind of items that are going to allow you to achieve that more elite finish on your jewellery designs, because not only have you got gold-plated sterling silver, but they've also got a level of detailing that you might not find from other suppliers. These are your floral beads. Oh yeah, you can clearly see that detailing from that image. Let's have a look at the current price for this, because we are able to bring to you an exclusive price reduction. Should be $7.95, and in 60 minutes time that's the exact price point you're going to pay. But right now, Here on The Late Show, we are able to offer you an exclusive price reduction. Let's have a look at the price we can bring you for your gold-plated sterling silver floral beads. Actually, you could use these as, you know, statements within your design's features. And now we're talking about less than £1 per gold-plated sterling silver bead. £4.95. We're taking them under £5. Another perfect add it to your order price. You've actually got 2 grams of gold-plated sterling silver as part of this particular deal. And £4.95 represents incredible value, doesn't it? That's the time to stock up on your gold-plated sterling silver. We've already discussed the idea that the price of gold is expected to rise over the coming year or so, based on the fact that we haven't managed to uncover any new deposits of gold in over 2 years now. And it's estimated that if you took all of the available gold in the world, you'd be left with a 60-foot square block. So that's the same size as an Olympic swimming pool. Sounds like quite a lot if you owned it, but if you consider every single piece of gold in the world being able to fit into one Olympic size swimming pool, you know, suggestions indicate that the price of gold and precious metals may increase over the next 12 months. Stock up while you can whenever we bring you these clearance deals. Oh! And my producer's just gone one step further. It was already less than £1 per gold-plated sterling silver floral bead. Now we're down at £3.95. And again, the price point is not reflective of what you're getting here, particularly when you consider all the work that's gone into handcrafting these floral beads. £3.95. That is seriously impressive. If you do want to get hold of that deal, you've got to act in the next 60 minutes to avoid disappointment. We're going to move on though. Moving on now to these baby pink quartz. These are plain rounds. Very feminine tone here. 80 carats in total. And these are your 7mm rounds. So this isn't a traditional size here. We tend to have even numbers as our cuts. But the 7mm rounds perfect for macrame designs, as we learnt from Mark last night. And you need 6 beads in total. So 1, 2, 3, 4. You could create 4 beautiful macrame bracelets and you'd still have 2 left to create a pair of earrings. The reason I think you'll be able to, you'll need to be able to make more than one is because you create that for somebody and the first person that sees it's going to want one as well. Such a beautifully feminine colour tone. I mean, it's almost like a candy floss pink, isn't it? So I can imagine these being used in quite contemporary or funky designs. Actually, do you know what I'm thinking? Festival jewellery. Festivals are coming up over the summer months, and it might be that if you create jewellery designs, you might have your niece or your daughter or your granddaughter saying, could you make something for me to wear to Glastonbury or Reading or Leeds or wherever it is they're going? This would be the perfect strand, in my opinion. 80 carats in total. And it comes from our Gems of Distinction range. It is only £7.95 for these beautiful polished rounds. 7mm in size for your baby pink coated quartz. Another incredible deal representing the best value on the market for some of the highest quality quartz you can ever hope to see, particularly when you look at the colour saturation. These are out of this world. I mean, if you think about the, I'm thinking the classic white cord, satin cord, and the fuchsia satin cord being used in a macrame design with these gemstones, these 7mm rounds set into that, job's a good one. And it's cost you less than £5 to make each bracelet. £7.95 is the price for this particular strand. It's an add it to your order price for what I would think is an essential colour tone for all jewellery makers. Looks to me like that is going to be a sellout. Don't take my word for it. Speak to a member of our award-winning help team. And we're now going to give everybody the opportunity to own the Not-A-Bead tool. Now, this is a bead-along tool. And again, we work directly with the supplier here in order to be very competitive on the pricing that we offer you. I mean, anybody who works with pearls. Yesterday, as I said, we had a very successful bridal show based on the popularity of pearls. If you get hold of the knotting tool, it's going to not only provide you with that same finish that you see being used by boutiques and high street stores on pearls, but also it's going to make your pearls go that a little bit further. You could do it with any gemstone variety, but I was just thinking, traditionally, pearls are knotted on the strand, aren't they? It's a very, very easy tool to use. It almost looks like a little hole punch, actually, doesn't it? But then, if you have a look on the back, you can see it's all broken down for you. It's a simple 6-stage process in order to knot your gemstones onto your piece. There you go. And it's all there for you. The instructions are on the box itself. And actually, if you go to our website, you'll find video tutorials of how to use it. But also, if you go to the Bead-Along website, there's also video tutorials on that particular website of how to use this item. As I say, we work directly with the supplier, so no problem with you going to their site and finding out how to use this tool. Very, very popular. It's always been popular here ever since launch. And as I say, it's probably because it works with some of our most popular gemstones and it makes them go that little bit further. Tools are cool, so get involved right now because here comes your price point. $17.95, but just imagine the amount of money you're going to save when you start to create that knotted finish on all of your designs. I've just figured it out actually. This isn't very difficult at all. Because you've got the oar there that suspends the cord in place, and then it really is basically all you've got to do is tie an overhand knot and it slides the bead down for you. So yeah, it couldn't be simpler. We all know that sometimes owning the right tool for the job can actually increase your confidence, and when you're feeling confident you tend to create a better finish to your jewellery designs. $17.95 is the price point this evening for your Not-A-Bead tool. And I should just say, if you want to feel professional, then you want to get hold of the big bag deal. Oh no, the big bag bundle. The big bag bundle. Actually, it shouldn't because it's not very easy to say. Big bag bundle. Okay, so these are the Jewellery Maker branded bags, the storage bag and portfolio bag coming up as our next star buy. Okay, I've been told by my producer we've had so many text messages requesting this item that we're going to do our star buy right now. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for what I'm expecting to be a very, very popular star buy shopportunity. Now, the first price you see will not be the star buy price. In fact, there's been a little bit of negotiation going on between my producer and the management team, and he's managed to wangle you a very, very special price. This is your big bag bundle, your storage bag and your portfolio bag. So now I would have all of my tools and my loose gemstones and my reels of wire in my storage bag, and all of my made-up jewellery and my sort of business cards and what have you in my portfolio bag. Not only are they branded items, they're very colourful. So if you are attending traditional sort of craft fairs or village fetes, those kind of scenarios for selling your jewellery, then these are the items to have. I often think that, you know, just a colourful sort of backdrop to your craft fair stall could attract more attention. I was saying last night I would always have my hammer and my block and my metal stamps because it's noisy. So people are going to be attracted over to what's going on at your stall. You've got to do what you can to, you know, attract a client base to your jewellery designs. Now, we should have had 100 of these, but we're fairly convinced that we only really had 95 in stock because Sam wants 2. Sam, are you going to make an order, mate? Oh, your mum's doing it for you. What's your mum? She'll come up as Sam's staff, no doubt, won't she? And not only that, but every single member of the workshop today was saying that they were going to be rushing home. Obviously not going over the speed limit, but rushing home in order to make sure they took advantage of this deal. Now, we started with, as I say, 100 in stock. Is this actually yours? I was just thinking, like, that's been used, mate. That's heavy. I thought, why is she bringing me this? This is actually Sam's portfolio bag. Now, they always say you shouldn't go through a woman's bag. I told you last night I'm naughty, so I'm going to. Right? Let's have a look. Wow, you got loads of stuff in here. Oh, you've got your large toolkit. Fits perfectly in the front. And there's still loads of space in there. Have you got a jewellery design going on in there? I know you've got hemp cords in there. Brilliant. So that's good. So you can have your loose tools in your storage bag and your tool kits in your portfolio bag. When we actually originally sort of rebranded the Miss It Miss Out show into the Late Show, we were given the chance to relaunch this item, and floor manager Pete and myself tried to see how many reels of wire we could fit into the bag. I think it was something like 47, 48, something like that, wasn't it? A lot of wire. It's because it's like Mary Poppins bag in there. It's lots of depth. Actually, it's the whole length of my arm and just touching the bottom. And you do get these useful little loops. Can you see that? So that will hold your ring mandrel and your chasing hammer and everything in place. Huge amount of storage on that bag, and of course the very professional look. The crame board sized compartment at the back of your portfolio bag. That is so useful.
That's what I take as like a carry on my holidays.
Right. Do you know what? Even if you weren't a jewellery maker, that'd be useful, wouldn't it? This is basically sort of a laptop sized portfolio bag. Sam's saying it's the perfect carry-on for airports because they're pretty strict these days, aren't they? About, you know, if it doesn't fit in that little box, you ain't taking it on. So, yeah, this is going to be really useful. Oh, this is definitely going to fit because it's not a real large size. It's probably the same size as a lot of ladies' handbags, actually. Okay, let's have a look at the price point that we can currently see for 2 of the bags. $32.90, that in itself is pretty impressive. I think I was looking at the storage bag, not our identical specifications. Actually, it was a bit smaller by the looks of it. I was looking online, but I think it was something like $39.99 for that other Huldal style bag that we found when we were relaunching this earlier on in the year. So $32.90 for both of the bags would represent pretty incredible value. But that's not your price point this evening. As I say, producer Liam has worked hard today to negotiate the best possible price he could. $24.95. He just said, and I'm not allowed to go 1 penny lower. So clearly quite fierce negotiations. But he's trying to get you the best price. I believe that's exactly what he's done. We're now talking about, say, £12.50 per bag. Do you know what? I was just thinking. Maybe you've got a storage bag and you want a portfolio bag. Get hold of this deal right now, because the storage bag alone is normally £18. So it's like getting the portfolio bag for like £6. So you can get it home, have your portfolio bag, keep this in case there's any other jewellery makers in your life. Perfect gift. In fact, maybe there's a jewellery maker in your house and you have no idea what gemstones they love, what genre they work in, but you know they love jewellery making because my handsome mug's always on your telly. What I would suggest you do, get hold of a generic item like this. You know it's going to land as a fantastic gift. Or, let's say, let's go the other way, and let's say you know exactly what discipline your significant other is involved in with jewellery making, because every time you turn a corner in your house, there's a reel of wire here, or a tool there, or a strand of gemstones all over the carpet. Get hold of these and tell them, clean up your act. Keep this house a bit tidier. And of course, they can't even sort of react in a non-happy way, because you've bought them the gift to sort it all out. They can't say, don't be telling me to tidy up this house. Say, I've just bought you both the storage bags. Say, okay, I'll let you off. I'll tidy up. There you go. There's a bit of role play for you there. I was playing both parts. Maybe if it's a Basil Fawlty style character. 20, you thought there was two different people then, didn't you? You thought I was playing the husband and wife in that brilliant piece of drama brought to you by Jewellery Maker. Hi, I'm Ed McKay. You may remember me from such role-playing games as The Mess You Make with your jewellery making tools. $24.95 represents the best price we've ever brought you for both of these bags, and somebody just bought 4. Congratulations to June. Oh, and June actually texted through to my producer earlier on this evening. I'm just going to let everybody know this actually. Basically, if you are having any problems at all with your orders or any of the items you've purchased from us, just dial that free phone number and speak to a member of our help team. They will sort it out for you as quickly as they can. Unfortunately, my producer can't control any of that. All he does is figure out what the next item's going to be and the price, and usually negotiate all day to get you incredible prices. So he's already pretty busy. So he's not going to be able to sort out any customer service issues, I'm afraid, but of course the award-winning help team will be able to sort that out. It looks like that's going to be a sellout deal. We started with just 100 of that in stock, and okay, we would estimate that we've got 9 or 10 remaining in stock. So let's err on the side of caution, not to mislead anybody, not to put undue pressure on anyone, but let's say we've got single figures of availability, just to make sure nobody misses out, and it's pretty much accurate. And we're fairly confident that everybody who attended Mark's workshop today was successful in getting that deal. Okay, it looks like we're going to have to take that off screen, because otherwise we're going to start disappointing people. And if you have placed it in your basket, make sure you check out right now, because there is a 60-second wait on the phone line, so clearly very, very sought after. Congratulations if you did get hold of that though, because it does reflect some pretty incredible value for some very, very useful items. Coming up in about 20 minutes time, am I right in saying it's the 5-strander? Here we go. Best value of the night on genuine gemstones, in my opinion. 5 strands coming in at one very, very low price point, and pretty much everything you need for the summer. You've got the jet black tones in your seed beads, then you've got these gorgeous shell pearls, perfect rounds of course from your shell pearls, and those are a very rich, almost like a buttery golden tone. You've got your leopard print heart shapes in your shell, your very feminine rose quartz droplets, and is that cat's eye? Wow, really impressive gemstone. Those together, perfect, aren't they? Then you've got your little rosebuds and you've got your foliage. That's the way I'm seeing those 2 strands. Maybe you've got another design in mind. Again, only limited availability on this particular bundle, and it's coming up in 20 minutes time. Again, we're going to continue to attempt to add it to your order prices, and we're going to bring you, I love these, they're just out of this world, the exact kind of quality of gemstone I'd expect to see set into gold, really, on the high street. 55 carats of amethyst, that is the colour tone you're looking for in your amethyst, isn't it? Maybe you got hold of the feature slabs of amethyst. The reason that these are pretty much ticking every box for me is that you've got that intense saturation of colour, that very regal purple tone, basically the same colour as a chocolate wrapper, if you know what I mean. Then you've got the cut. Now these are concave cut ovals, so this is that same sort of, that traditional kaleidoscope style faceting that you associate with very, very high-end jewellery designs traditionally. The oval cut itself will lend itself perfectly to so many different designs as well, won't it? Very versatile. And of course you're working with one of the most popular gemstones on the market, February's birthstone, a gemstone associated with connotations of romance, for example. It not only comes from our Gems of Distinction range, but it actually comes from the cut collection. So this has been handed over to one of our most experienced lapidarists, and basically, if something falls into the cut collection, it's already evident that it's of higher quality than we'd normally be able to source for you, because of course the lapidarists have to be so much more confident if they're creating these very, very professional and high-end cuts on your genuine gemstones. The ovals themselves range in size from 8x6 to 14x10, so quite a significant size. I'm thinking, again, wirework rings, I'm thinking maximise on the gemstones, and of course you want to be able to appreciate that traditional faceting, that concave cut. I love it because you've got so much depth to the gemstone. You could create quite an elaborate wirework prong setting, and you'd really be able to appreciate the carat weight that you're offering your customers here. And it's all of, well, I would describe this as amethyst purple. Do you know what I mean? You know, if you had to classify all of the different purples, this would be the colour tone you'd associate with this gemstone, wouldn't it? That intense, regal purple tone. I've already got lots of interest coming through at JewelleryMaker.com. Let's have a look at our price point this evening for this strand of amethyst, $21.95. It's out of this world. If you set that largest concave cut amethyst into a ring design, maybe those 3 or 4 or 6 actually, or maybe actually the whole strand is large enough to be ring designs. But I would say they're what, £10 ring designs at least for each and every gemstone. Just look at the way the light plays on the surface of the gemstone. So you could just actually use 2 gemstones and you'd make a profit. Oh, earring designs, of course. You want to create a jewellery design that has a little bit of movement, don't you? So you can appreciate the faceting on the surface of the gemstone. Earrings are perfect for that. So all you've got to do is, if you wrap the strand around like this, then the graduation works perfectly. So those 2 are earrings. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pairs of earrings, and then a feature pendant out of the largest one. So about £15 for the earrings. I would set these into yellow gold personally, or yellow gold plated silver perhaps, so you can really appreciate the saturation of colour you've got there. We're going to move on. Moving on to this strand of amber. Now, this was the final opportunity of the weekend, I think, or it's one of the ones that we offered you on Sunday anyway. This was your multicoloured amber. Now, it took us about 6 months to get amber back into stock from when we last launched it. We had a bit of a Saturday, well, Saturday was amber day, really, because we launched quite a few strands. This was actually available on Saturday. My apologies, I got that wrong. This is your multicolour amber. I think this is really, really useful because of its versatility, of course. Maybe you missed out on the opportunity to add amber to your order over the weekend. Well, here, you've got every single variety on one strand. From those sort of rich, almost jet black tones, to the cognac tones, to the honey tones. Absolutely perfect. And Mark, as I say, our expert in macrame here at Jewellery Maker and chips and nuggets and about 6 or 7 other disciplines these days. But he was here today doing a workshop, as I've already referenced. And how excited was Mark when he saw the amber? Very. That's how excited. So if Mark's managed to get home in time, he's probably already dialing up for this. I love the variation of the colour tones because it really allows you to integrate amber into a number of different designs. So if you are working with more intense colour tones, you can pick out the form of amber that suits your design best, can't you? We saw that premier strand of citrine earlier this evening. It worked perfectly with the honey hues and the cognac hues that you've got here. Of course, amber, one of those gemstones which really encapsulates the history behind Mother Nature's creations. A snapshot of life 50 million years ago, potentially. But don't be confused, you can't really clone your own dinosaur. I've added that disclaimer each time we've sold amber, even though I think most people know they couldn't really clone a dinosaur. But, yeah, really, okay, it's proven to be very, very popular. Tanya, very regular buyer from us, you just allocated 5 strands of amber to your order. I'm not surprised. As I say, the opportunity to bring you amber, they're a little bit few and far between. It actually took us 6 months to get this back into stock. Probably one of the most requested minerals we've ever had here at Jewellery Maker. I mean, I was getting probably a request a week on Facebook of people saying, can you get hold of amber? We spoke to the buying team, and as ever, they have delivered. They've brought us, well, how many strands? About 8 different strands of amber over the weekend. Lots of different varieties, but this for me is the most eclectic variety because you've got each and every variety on one strand. Let's have a look at our price for this gorgeous strand of amber. $11.95. The lowest price point that we brought you in terms of an amber launch this weekend. And your second bite at the cherry. So if you do want to get involved, then start dialing that phone number right now to be top of the tree. I'm such a loser when it comes to puns. Okay, I'm not sure that this is a genuine, accurate representation strand because I actually lost a few off this strand earlier, but I'll still measure this one, then that'll give us a conservative estimate, won't it? So yours could be longer, but it's 40 centimetres. So it's a 40 centimetre strand of amber for $11.95. I'll tell you a few bits of the information that we learnt over the weekend when we were launching the amber, and that's basically amber is tree resin that has been fossilised. So rather than the sap, which I think some people believe it is, it's actually a resin from the tree which is fossilised, and it's very, very lightweight. And through talking to our expert designers and of course in discussion with Sam, we actually think that's a massive benefit to jewellery makers because often you'll be able to create a very gem heavy looking design, but it'll be very comfortable on the neckline, particularly in the summer months. I think people tend to wear the more natural minerals throughout the summer months, but of course it can be quite warm and you don't necessarily want that huge weight of certain gemstones weighing you down. This looks very gem heavy, but it is in fact very lightweight. Congratulations if you are coming through for this. How many of this strand did we have available? How many? Okay, quite a reasonable stock level. We had treble figures in stock, but we haven't got treble figures anymore because so many people have allocated this to their order. Tanya, as I say, you've taken 5. Catherine's got 2. Michelle's got 2. Cheryl's got 2. Anonymous buyer, you've got 2. In fact, most of the names coming through there right now are multi-buying this particular strand. So if you want to get involved, you know what to do. Dial that free phone number or click to buy now at jewellerymaker.com Maybe you've never worked with amber before. Maybe you've never had the opportunity to work with amber before. Get this home, fall in love with it for yourself, and then make an informed decision. It's available right now for just $11.95. We are going to move on, and we're now going to bring you one of the big four. And again, we only have limited availability on this particular strand. We've got 26 available. So I'm just going to give everybody as much information as I can tonight and make your shopping experience as risk-free as possible. I can't see any way that this won't sell out. That's my honest opinion. This is one of the big four. It's only featured on Jewellery Maker once before this evening, and it was so popular we were left with just 26 strands left in stock. Now we know how popular emerald is, one of the most sought after gemstones on the planet, and certain varieties of emerald, of course, increasing in terms of their price per carat weight quicker than any other gemstone. If you think about things like Colombian emerald, for example. You've got 55 carats here of your faceted, oh, is it faceted? No, they're plain wheels, but actually, that's a little bit cheeky actually, because what we've done is, in the way in which we've cut these plain wheels, some of the gemstones do have what I would still classify as facets. Can't be a bad thing, paying a price for the plain polished variety, but actually getting a little bit of faceting here and there. Love the variation of colour tones here, because it's almost as though you're getting every variety of emerald on one strand. You've got the paler tones that you'd associate with Colombian emerald. Then you've got these sort of lime greens you'd associate with Brazilian emerald, and then you've got those rich, almost forest green-like inclusions that you'd associate with Zambian emerald. 55 carats in total. We started with 26 strands. Some very experienced jewellery maker buyers have already allocated this to our order. That's the way to do it. Whenever we start to make you aware of the low stock availability, start dialing the free phone number. I assure you, there is no way you're going to be able to understand how we can offer you this kind of value. Emerald for under £10. £8.95. Under £10 for one of the big four. Now, regular collectors will be more than well aware of what the big four are, but of course we do have new buyers every day here at Jewellery Maker. You may be thinking, what is the big four? What are you talking about? And we'll make everybody aware. So, the four most recognisable and sought after gemstones on the planet are referred to as the big four: rubies, sapphires, diamonds and emeralds for $8.95. Now, I know that some people will be sitting there thinking, how is it even possible to do that? I wouldn't even bother trying to work it out. We are Jewellery Maker. We're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, and as a result, we have some of the strongest and, well, most long-lasting relationships with some of the biggest mine owners on the planet, and as a result, we are able to get incredible deals on genuine gemstones. We pass those savings on to you, and here we can bring you 55 carats of emerald for $8.95. Again, I've got people flying through taking 2s and even 3s of this particular strand. I'm not surprised. And of course, if your birthday's in May, this is your birthstone, so you can stock up right now for under £10. We'll leave that one with you. We're going to move on because we've got a lot to fit in. And not only that, coming up at 8 PM, we've got the 5-strand Super Saver, haven't we? So just let everybody know about this, because this is going to represent some pretty incredible value, even for us here at Jewellery Maker, even for us here on the Late Show. This is probably going above and beyond, I would say. That's coming up in about 5 minutes' time. Before that, though, have a look at this strand here. Ooh. Get that on there. Star-cut clear quartz, or clear cuts carved into star shapes, I should say. 10mm, in diameter. There you go. Quite interesting actually when you've got a gemstone that offers you neutrality and clarity, but still offers your jewellery designs a bit of character in the form of the shape that you've got from the gemstone itself. These are 10mm stars, which gives you over 100 carats of clear quartz in total. And you might want to use these quite sparingly, maybe as charms. So I'll just count how many you've got. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38. So 38 on this particular strand, giving you over 100 carats. If you want to get involved, again, we only have limited availability. So my advice, start dialing that free phone number right now. You're going to be shocked when you see the price point on this particular strand. $7.95. Clear quartz is an essential gemstone for most jewellery makers because you do need certain gemstones which aren't going to try and steal the show, that aren't going to muscle in on the act when you've got a gemstone which you have earmarked as being the centre point of your design. So you need gemstones which will work with any other gemstone, which will provide you with clarity and of course that neutral colour tone. That's exactly what you get from clear quartz, but on this occasion you've got those beautiful star shapes, so they also add a little bit of texture, a little bit of character, a little bit of detail, I suppose. Over 100 carats of clear quartz for $7.95. It's another added to your order price, and you could literally just create beautiful earring designs, so you don't need 2 of these. So that's what, 16 pairs of earrings with this particular strand, perhaps? Or of course you could use them as charms, or at the end of an extender chain. Could be a little bit of a trademark you develop for your small business, putting a clear quartz star on the end of an extender chain. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. If you create a specific collection, it could be like the star range or what have you, and you could just, you know, these little subtle bits of characterization are really going to set you apart from other crafters out there and make your designs truly individual, truly bespoke. So that's one idea. $7.95 for that particular strand. It is proving to be very, very popular. And so we're going to bring you another deal. Ooh. Is this blue banded agate in diamond cuts or corner drilled squares, however you look at it? Well, we know how popular blue banded agate is. Of course, we had a feature strand last night, and Mark described our superstar buy last night as the best star buy of the year so far, didn't he? Because of the popularity of the gemstone. Yes, they were a more significant size, but how about this is the accent gemstone? These are 12mm, and again, you get that on-trend finish from the fact that these are corner drilled. So you've got a diamond shape, which is going to provide you with a sort of dynamic edge when these are integrated into your designs. And because we're feeling generous, we're going to provide you with an exclusive price reduction. Let's have a look at our current price then. So it's already down at $7.95. This is 170 carats of blue banded agate. Again, each and every gemstone totally individual, so it allows you to create a bespoke finish. Should be $7.95, but for the next 60 minutes, you can add this to your order for the clearance price of $4.95. I mean, how many things, just off the top of your head, can you think of that you can buy with a £5 note? Probably the car park, if you want to go and buy something more expensive. That's about all it's going to cover, isn't it, a £5 note? But here at Jewellery Maker, because of the unique way that we source our gemstones, and because of your loyal custom, we can offer you this kind of value. We've just taken 170 carats of blue banded agate, a very, very popular gemstone here at Jewellery Maker, to under £5. Pete, tell me one thing that you can buy for under £5.
Like a pizza about that big.
A little mini pizza.
Not even a decent size one.
Not even a decent size pizza. You're slagging off your own suggestion. So a pizza you're not happy with for under £5. Sam, what could you buy for under £5? Nothing you can keep. Good point. So it's sort of disposable, throwaway items that you can normally find for this kind of price point. Maybe not a genuine gemstone that you can keep forever, that you can hand down to your children or even your children's children. Nobody has come through and bought one of these yet. As in, no one has come through and bought one of these. Nicole, you've got 4. Pamela, you've got 3. Anonymous buyer, you've got 2. Tanya, you've got 3. Every other person that's come through has taken at least 2 strands of this particular item. And I'm not surprised when you see a gemstone that has this much character and is this versatile and is being offered at a clearance price. No wonder we have had so many multi-buys on that particular item. Literally, no one has bought a single strand. Everyone has had at least 2 strands of that. Congratulations. That just goes to highlight the value we can bring you here at Jewellery Maker. And of course, it's the perfect way to maximise on your 1 P&P per day. £4.95 for that item is pretty ridiculous. That's what we do here at Jewellery Maker, and it is now time to bring you our 5-strand super saver as a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for another star buy. On this occasion, it is a 5-strand super saver. So this is going to reflect some pretty incredible value for genuine gemstones. We've just been saying there, under £5 for a strand of any gemstone is pretty ridiculous. This is going to go even lower. In fact, the equivalent of under £3 per strand on this particular deal. I'm going to start with the rose quartz drops just because I love my girly gemstones, and these are this beautifully feminine pastel pink tone. Again, a huge number of gemstones on the strand despite the fact it's coming from our Gems of Distinction range. You've got 80 carats here of your irregular plain drops, and they range in size from 4x3 to 11x5. And then, just because I think they are the perfect accompaniment to one another, you've got your cat's eye. Another very popular gemstone here at Jewellery Maker. I think that's the perfect contrast. I think if people are starting to put together those sort of floral motifs, then you've got your petals and your leaves here, haven't you? 90 carats of cat's eye. Again, in your plain drops. This time they range in size from 5x4 to 14x5, so slightly larger size. Then you've got your leopard print, neon blue, heart-shaped shell. I've had the centre carved out, so just to provide you with even more design scope, really. You've got the heart shapes as well, so synonymous with traditional jewellery designs. 10mm perfect rounds of shell pearl in that, well, somewhere between a champagne tone and a rich 18 karat gold. It's almost a buttery-like finish. I know it doesn't necessarily translate, but do you know what I mean? Because of the sort of finish that you get on a shell pearl as well. It's a very sort of sleek finish, isn't it? And then you've got your 2mm faceted rounds of black agate. Now you can set those into the centre of your hollow heart shells, or of course you could use them within other designs to create maybe an accent or a little bit of intricate beading work. Actually, that's exactly how they've been used on this particular design. And see, they've been used to sort of link the whole thing together. Actually, you've got 2 feature gemstones here. So the rose quartz starts off as a feature, but then the heart-shaped shell also has its part to play in this particular design, doesn't it? Oh, wow, this is phenomenal. This is gorgeous. Have a look at this. So this is your shell pearl, your cat's eye. Really impressive because you can pick out the golden tones within the cat's eye. It's being mirrored in that beautiful golden shell pearl. And this is a very, very on-trend design that you might find, you know, on the high street, in your department stores, for example, or even in those very sort of trendy jewellery boutiques. This is the kind of look that people are putting together. Traditionally, those pearls on the neckline, you've got the shell pearls here with the irregular cuts, sort of almost spun into a feature on the décolletage. That's really gorgeous. 5-strand super saver. That's the words I was looking for. 5-strand super saver, and it's going to represent pretty incredible value for you, because here comes your star buy price. £11.95. So we're talking about what, £2.50 per strand? Less than that, in fact. So less than £2.50 per strand here. And we're talking about faceted 2mm rounds of black agate. You've got your golden shell pearl. You've got these hearts shaped with the leopard print and the hollowed centre in your shell. Then you've got these irregular droplets of cat's eye and rose quartz, all for £11.95. Maybe you've been looking at your gemstone stash over the last few days and feeling a little bit uninspired. This is the perfect way to really reignite your creativity, if you like, because as soon as you get hold of 5 different gemstone strands, the creative juices are going to start flowing. As soon as you get these in your hand, you're going to start to visualize different designs that you want to put together. It represents pretty phenomenal value for you here at Jewellery Maker. 5 strands for under £12. That's what, so would say, oh yeah, I'm so silly, £2.20, £2.39. Sorry, I'm not on form today, am I? I've got a little cold. £2.39 per strand, and when you consider that these strands come from our Gems of Distinction range, something just doesn't add up, does it? Now, if you were to buy all of these individually, it costs you closer to £20. Well over £18. So this really does represent a huge saving and the perfect way to increase your gemstone stash and take advantage of the value that we offer you on genuine gemstones here at Jewellery Maker. I'm going to leave that on with you. We are going to go to a quick break. When we return, the final hour of Jewellery Maker, including the premiere launch of both Appetite and Chalcedony. Don't go away.
Join guest designer Debbie Kershaw for the Introduction to Stamping DVD. Debbie will guide you through many techniques including basic stamping, spacing, multiple wording, stamping onto metal blanks and polymer clay. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur. The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our Gems of Distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidrist to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on Jewellery Maker.
Join Jewellery Maker and guest designer Mark Smith for our long-awaited macrame workshop. Get to know the essential techniques and knotting formations to create these vastly popular designs. Learn square stitch, twist stitch, slip knot and much more. The full course includes a range of different threading materials, a selection of gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a chance to meet the presenters and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
Are you looking to create bespoke bridal jewellery? Then come and join guest designer Sheila on our bridal workshop. Sheila will guide you through how to design stunning accessories, including techniques using headbands, hair combs and tiaras. The full course includes a selection of hair combs and headbands, a selection of findings and wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a trip to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 6444 655.
Welcome back to the final hour of the Late Show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. However, I have to say, producer Liam has definitely made it worth your while. The bundles that we've brought you so far have really presented the way in which we work here at Jewellery Maker, providing you with wholesale opportunities and the best value on the market. We're not going to let you down in the final hour. We have got two premiere strands for you, the first of which is coming up at 8:30 as brand new strand of Sky Blue Apatite. Huge number of gemstones here. Do you know what, I'm measuring this now because when we launch it we won't have the opportunity. It's going to fly out the door so quickly. What's all this about, eh? 41 centimetre strand. No messing about, you've got a huge number of gemstones there, haven't you? Look at that. Love the colour tones. And coming up as our superstar buy at about 10 to 9. Beautiful faceted. Well, I bet it's going to have been classified as nuggets, I knew it. I would go as far as to say they're more like boulders than nuggets. They are absolutely huge. Just have a look at that carat weight there, 650 carats. This beautiful sort of powder blue tone coming from your chalcedony. I would again advise people to get on the phone lines very, very quickly when it comes to this particular launch. They are going to be popular, especially with your wire workers out there. So as soon as the code hits the screen, start dialing the free phone number to get involved with this deal. Coming up at 10 to 9 as our superstar buy. Before that though, as ever, we're going to try and find deals to help you maximise on your 1 P&P per day. So where are we going to kick off? Black rutile quartz or tourmalated quartz, depending on how you look at it. And we saw the golden variety earlier on this evening. Now we've got the monochrome variety. We don't see too many monochrome gemstones, but this is certainly one of them. And you really can see the part that Mother Nature's had to play in creating this beautiful design. Almost like she's autographed each and every gemstone individually, because the tourmalations or the rutilations inside the gemstone actually create an individual finish to every single gemstone, almost like paintbrush strokes. That's how I always describe them. That is what they look like. I mean, if you have a look there, you can see where I'm coming from. Actually, they're sort of sounds silly, but it's almost like an Art Deco style finish, isn't it? I think I used to have a duvet cover that looked a bit like with these inclusions, actually. So there you go. Really, really impressive. So again, you've got a sort of neutral colour tone from your gemstone, so you know they're going to work with any other gemstone you match them up with. And of course, you can see the part that Mother Nature's had to play. So a very organic feel to the gemstone, but a very high-end finish because of the way they've been polished. Now these are your rice beads, so again you've got that elongation, almost like a marquise cut if it was a traditional gemstone cut. 150 carats in total. And let's have a look at our current price for this strand of black rutile quartz. $7.95. That's not your price tonight. We are going to give you an exclusive price reduction, but this price is only available for the next 60 minutes or more likely while stocks last. It is a very popular gemstone and we only have limited availability, I'm afraid. And unfortunately, Gary the Gremlin's come back and that price hasn't come up. But don't worry, my producer will sort that out. Anybody who's shopping at JewelleryMaker.com, you can already see the price reduction. What have we taken them down to? $4.95. So we were just discussing what you can actually buy if you've got a crisp £5 note in your pocket. Pete's suggestion was a disappointing pizza. And Sam was saying that basically nothing that you can keep tends to be sort of disposable, throwaway items that you can invest in for that price point. But not here at Jewellery Maker. We aim to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible, and we do that by offering the best value on the market. Tell me who else can offer you 150 carats of black rutile quartz for $4.95. Kind of ridiculous. But you know what? That's what we're all about here at Jewellery Maker. Particularly on the late show, we tend to bring you the last in stock deals, and sometimes we go above and beyond. That's exactly what producer Liam's just done right now. And I'm almost becoming desensitized to these price points myself because we do them so often. Yeah. My producer's yelling at me saying, oh, I think somebody thinks you're called Gary, not Ed. But then he realised you were talking about the gremlin, weren't you? Was that Fran who texted in? Don't forget, if you want to get involved with the show, if you want to send us any feedback or suggestions, or maybe you've got a tip for any of the jewellery makers out there, then all you've got to do is text in. The number you need is 60777. Make sure you start your text with the phrase JM Studio. Or, of course, if you are logged in at JewelleryMaker.com, then all you've got to do is simply click the message box, and whatever you write will come through to my producer's screen. Again, a huge number of multi-buyers on that particular strand. Phyllis, you've got 2. Anonymous buyer, you've got 2. Tanya, you're maximising on your 1 P&P today by taking advantage of these deals. Jacqueline and Michael, you just got 3 of these. So there you go. That really highlights the value we're offering you there when regular buyers instantly start snapping up 2s and 3s of any item. Sorry, I wasn't listening. Might as well be honest. I've got a bit of wire in the way. Remove that. Chrysoprase. Love this gemstone. It's got, I would say, a sort of fresh cut grass. That's the tone of green I would describe these. And they've got almost a sort of translucent finish to them. So you do get a bit of clarity, but you also get this sort of vitreous luster on the surface of the gemstone. As a result, these are the perfect facets to place on the surface of the gemstone because you can really take advantage of that beautiful luster that you get. I love these. Again, you've got a slight variation in the colour tones, sort of ranging from the pastel greens to the lime greens. And this has never previously been available as an individual strand, only been seen as part of our designer boutique bundles, which are often put together in collaboration with our experts. So whenever a designer is snapping up a strand, you know how versatile it is, you know how popular it's going to be. Actually, you get a similar luster traditionally on chrysoprase that you do with something like apatite, so I wonder whether these would be a good combination. So actually you've got slight sort of lagoon green hues coming through from the apatite. I think that works. I think that works perfectly actually. The apatite's coming up in 10 minutes time as a star buy. Okay, because we've never brought this chrysoprase to you as an individual strand before this evening, our producer's saying let's be a little bit naughty and give everybody an exclusive launch price. Why not? That's what we're here to do. So currently it's available on our website for $14.95, but tonight, for the next 60 minutes, we're going to hand everybody back the equivalent of their P&P. We're going to take this down to $11.95. So we want to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. That's exactly what we're doing. I mean, when you think about a gemstone like chrysoprase, it's not always easy to get hold of, you know, jewellery quality chrysoprase like this. But then, of course, you've got to send it around the world to our lapidarists in India, who have then created this beautiful checkerboard faceting on the surface of a gemstone, which actually enhances the overall look of the gemstone. Then you've got to send it back the other way around the world so that we can put it on the show. So at $11.95, absolutely does not really justify the price point that you're getting here. We're not trying to devalue the gemstone, of course. We're just trying to provide you with the best value, and I believe that's exactly what we've done. This falls into our Gems of Distinction range. Represents the best possible quality of chrysoprase we can source for you. And we've even provided you with an exclusive price reduction. So if you are caught in two minds, this is your best opportunity to get it home and use your 30-day money-back guarantee to appreciate this gemstone before you make a final decision. We are going to move along. Moving on now to these Baroque pearls. Now, traditionally, when we're thinking about pearls, when we're trying to think of the value that's held within a pearl, we go to the roundness. And traditionally that is how we value pearls. So the rounder the pearl, the higher the perceived value of that mineral. But with these Baroque pearls, they're actually being prized for their irregularities, aren't they? This is the way they're being put into designs. Is this definitely the right strand? It says pale green cultured pearls. My issue with that is that they're not predominantly green. There is a slight green tone coming from the strand, but in all honesty, I would have just classified these as classic white pearls. It's almost the pearl essence, really, that's more green. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we were presenting the exact right strand. We are, but there is a distinct sort of green tone to the pearl essence, but the actual gemstone itself, the pearls themselves, I would say are classic white pearls. Now they range in size from 9x7 to 12x10 mil. And as I said, these Baroque pearls, they're actually being sort of prized for their irregularities because it feeds into people's designs, doesn't it? It provides people with texture and with an organic sort of flow to the design. We saw a lot of inspiration with Sheila yesterday morning on the bridal show. And she was showing us how to work with a variety of different shapes and sizes of pearls. These would look perfect in a tiara design or a hair comb, for example. If you do want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number. Let's have a look at our price. People flying in at JewelleryMaker.com. Whoa, $7.95. Was not expecting that. I mean, if these were perfect rounds, they would absolutely be classified as luxury pearls. They're huge. I always think of these, whenever I think of the Baroque pearls, start to think about almost soutache style designs, because they're almost like a cabochon pearl. Can you see that? A flat bottomed finish and then a domed effect on the top. I think they could be described as a cabochon pearl. So, if you got hold of the 5-strand Super Saver, then you've got those 2 mil black agates. You could frame your Baroque pearls with black agate, create a monochrome soutache design featuring pearls. You could do that as a brooch, perhaps, in fact, because it's going to be a bit of... Thanks, Sam. Sam's on fire. There you go. Pretty dramatic effect. Can we see that? Think that works? You like that, Sam?
Yeah, I do like that.
Yes, I've won another jewellery designer over with my incredible creative ideas. Or maybe she just thinks she's got to say yes to me. No, she'd definitely tell me. No, I actually think it works. There you go, $7.95. I'm going to describe these as classic white culture Baroque pearls. Lots and lots of people getting involved. Again, huge number of multi-buyers. So the reason that's encouraging for us here at Jewellery Maker is that it makes me think that people have got quite established jewellery making business, or they are completely addicted to the hobby because they're taking advantage of the value and, of course, the 1 P&P per day offer. We'll leave that one with you at $7.95. We're going to move along. Mexican fire opal. Ooh. These are really delicate cuts. They're almost, because you've got very slight elongation to the cuts, and because of the sort of vitreous finish that you've got on these gemstones, they almost look like little liquid drops of lava. Very delicate. They range from 1x2 to 3x2. You've got every single colour variation of this gemstone on one strand here, haven't you? From the sort of honey-like tones to the tangerine hues, all the way up to these cherry red tones. This is the rarest variety of Mexican fire opal in the reds. Look at that, absolutely gorgeous. This is the perfect way to integrate this gemstone into your designs without it being the centre point of the design, because these are perfect as accent gemstones, aren't they? Actually, I was thinking, because we always talk about this contrast between the oranges and the blues, I wonder whether you could use one of these large chalcedonies as your focal point, and then the Mexican fire opal on the neckline. Kind of works. Now these particular fire opals do come from our Gems of Distinction range. They represent the highest possible quality we can source you, but it's quite an elite gemstone in itself, isn't it? Always important to stock up on the alternative varieties of very well-known gemstones like opal. People might not even be aware that opal comes in these intense, almost tangerine-like tones. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now, because here comes your exclusive price point tonight for Fire Opal on the Late Show. $12.95. Again, as far as I'm concerned, that is an added to your order price. Fire Opal for me is a really interesting gemstone. When you think about the fact that it's almost telling a story in itself, it's thought to be sort of fossilized lava, if you like, and the colour tones that are held within the gemstones absolutely emulate the colour tones you'd associate with the dramatic eruption that you get from a volcanic explosion. And producer is going to make this as accessible as possible. He's given everybody a bit of a saving for the next 60 minutes, handing you back the equivalent of your P&P once again, taking this under £10 this evening for 10 carats of Fire Opal. Again, do your own research, see what kind of price points people are traditionally charging for Mexican Fire Opal designs. Don't think they're going to be offering you 10 carats for under £10. Less than £1 a carat on beautiful Mexican Fire Opal. That particular price reduction is only available for 60 minutes and absolutely represents the best value on the market for this gemstone as far as I'm concerned. And it's now time for me to launch a brand new strand of Apatite as a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker, and this is actually going to be the final star buy of the evening, because after this we're only going to have our superstar buy remaining. I'll show everybody the superstar buy just in case you've missed out previously, and our heads up. Huge boulders of chalcedony. This is for anybody that missed out on the blue agate last night. Those were very large faceted feature stones, and that's exactly what we've got for you once again. This time slightly less uniformed in their cut and their shape, but you've got that beautiful powder blue tone. These are coming up in about 15-20 minutes time, not long to wait at all. Before that though, we're going to launch another premiere strand. This one comes from our Gems of Distinction range. I measured it earlier, it's over 40 centimetres in length. Oh, there you go, 40 centimetre strand. So they had accounted for the fact that it was much longer than a traditional strand here at Jewellery Maker. And that means that you get a minimum of 70 carats of blue apatite. Slight variation in the size of each apatite. They range from 6x4 to 10x6. But you've got this rich, almost, I was going to say sky blue, but actually it's more like a swimming pool blue. Do you know what I mean by that? Just that very consistent, light blue hue that you get when you stare into a swimming pool. That's what I can see on this apatite. As a result, it has a sort of tropical or holiday-like feel to the gemstone itself. That's just my personal sort of association with this colour tone. That's the way I envisage the designs. Of course, maybe you've got a completely different way you want to use this. Actually, when I did see it earlier, I was thinking, oh, that would be good with the rose gold tones or the copper tones. Unfortunately, my glamorous assistant for the evening, Sam, has had the same trend of thought as me. Once again, you've actually made a piece of jewellery for us, Sam. Can I just tell you that I've had requests on Facebook for you to post your jewellery designs on Facebook so they can see them. So you're going to upload them. Upload them just to my Facebook site. And then all the late show viewers can go to my presenter site. Deal? So, okay, Sam's made a deal. So if you want to see this design on the social networking site, it's going to be an Ed exclusive. All right, Pedro. No need for sarcasm. My word. Sam, you're getting 10 out of 10 for your appraisal tonight. I wonder what Pete will get. Let's have a look at Sam's design. We're messing around, but we are going to take the gemstones seriously, especially our exclusive launch price. Look at that. Gorgeous. And this is just rose gold chain that you've used, is that right? There you go, rose gold chain with the sky blues or swimming pool blues, depending on how you look at it. Simple but effective, this one. Love that. And this is quite a gem heavy piece, but Sam had all of these gemstones left over as well.
There was another 3 or 4, but I dropped them.
There was another 3 or 4, but you lost them in the studio, you dropped them, I see. So there you go. So you got enough to make maybe 4 or 5 pairs of earrings off the back of that as well. Yeah, you've got to get your matching earrings, Sam. So one of the larger head pins, just on a shepherd hook, really. That's all you'd need. And then don't forget, like Mark said to us last night, when you create that pair of earrings, make another one as well. Make another pair, because if somebody comes along and only wants the earrings, you could potentially miss out on a sale. So if you've got, you know, a few left here, I've got about 10 there. You could actually make 5 pairs of the earrings if you wanted to. Make sure you've always got a matching set for the necklace, so that you can upsell that earring design when somebody falls in love with the necklace. Now you've got 70 carats of blue apatite here, a very popular gemstone, fairly well known, especially within the sort of handmade jewellery sector. And of course, as ever, with a premiere launch as a star buy, we are going to offer you an exclusive launch price. Let's have a look at our price this evening for this Gems of Distinction strand of apatite. Wow, $14.95. When you see the polished finish that you get on your apatite, you'll absolutely be able to appreciate the quality and the value that you're getting here, especially as you've got a 40 centimetre strand, so you've got a huge number of gemstones. We've seen how far it goes in Sam's design there, very gem heavy piece for the neckline, but then about 10 or 12 gemstones left over as well, so you could create the matching earrings perhaps. Or actually, you could even, if you wanted to make them go a little bit further, you could create a macrame bracelet, because you only need, what, 6 or 7 gemstones? Sam's nodding, that's good. That's a good sign. $14.95 is our exclusive launch price. Now, hopefully, it'll be honoured, and it'll stay on our website at that price, but I can't guarantee it. This represents your best opportunity to get involved on this deal. Launch today. Could be a question of here today, gone today, who knows? And it's a 40 centimetre strand. You're probably able to see them all if you've got widescreen. It is very, very long. It's like a skipping rope. 70 carats of blue apatite in total, available right now for $14.95. And if you do want to get involved, please start dialing that free phone number right now. You may enter a short queue, but it, as I say, it is a free phone number, so absolutely nothing to worry about there. The queue on the phone line is around about 30 seconds, so not long to wait at all. It always happens when we're bringing you these very well-known and very well-respected gemstones at exclusive launch prices. 70 carats for $14.95. The time to act is right now. That's our final star buy of the evening, and massive thanks to Sam for putting together that design so quickly. And it's a very, very effective look, isn't it? Bit of inspiration there as well. So if you were struggling for ideas of how to use your apatite, it really doesn't need an accent. Bit of rose gold chaining, you're laughing. Well done, Sam. Thank you. And we'll upload that image to my Facebook site for everybody. How about that? Okay, we're going to move on. And we're going to move on to a very prestigious Gems of Distinction strand of Canary Sapphires. Have a look at this. It comes in its own presentation box. Oh. Okay. Now, have a look at this for a combination. Classic combination. Well, really, what you've got there is the sand and the sea. I was just thinking about this apatite having those connotations of holiday jewellery. Well, have you ever seen a gemstone that offers you more of a sunshine yellow than these sapphires? Beautiful canary sapphires here. of course, mistaken for yellow diamonds so many times throughout the eras. And it's just because of the clarity that you get from the sapphire as well. Beautiful clarity from this particular strand. This falls into our Gems of Distinction range and is one of the most elite strands of gemstones we've ever sourced here at Jewellery Maker. That's why it comes in its own presentation box. Faceted rondelles. This is the gemstone strand that I was working with before when I made that earring, wasn't it? That earring design. I'm sure it was the Canary Sapphires, yeah. This gemstone, yes, yeah, not necessarily this product code, sorry. But you literally need, what, 5 or 6 tiny rondelles placed on one of those fine head pins, wrapped onto the shepherd hook. So high end. One of the big four once again. Just like emeralds, rubies and diamonds, your sapphires fall into that prestigious group known as the Big Four. And I am being told, sorry, I have just been mesmerised by that recording. It's like a sparkly daffodil yellow. I mean, what more do you want from a coloured gemstone? 20 carats of a gemstone that as an industry we are really struggling to source at the moment. It's not that we can't get hold of examples of sapphire, it's that the yield isn't significant enough to make it worthwhile for the larger jewellery brands. And so as a jewellery maker, it could be that you are being given the opportunity to offer your customers something that they're not going to be able to find elsewhere. 20 carats of Canary Sapphire, and we are going to offer you an exclusive price reduction this evening. Let's have a look at our current price. Already under £30 for what I would describe as jewellery quality gemstones. Faceted to perfection, beautiful clarity, true saturation of colour. I mean, that is a rich canary yellow, isn't it? And for the next 60 minutes, your best opportunity to get hold of the strand right now, because we are going to give you an exclusive price reduction from $29.95 down to $21.95. Only available for 60 minutes, of course. So if you do want to take advantage of that deal, I can tell you we only have a limited number available. And I was just thinking, I thought I saw some blue sapphires as well. How about this as a combination? Because we've seen the apatite and those swimming pool blues. How about the midnight blues as well in there? I like that. I really like that. In fact, you could get all three of these strands. You could go in two different directions, really. Canary sapphires and midnight blue sapphires. Then you're really offering your customers something that I don't think they're going to be able to see elsewhere, but who knows? We never know what will happen. Canary sapphires. And, I mean, you can really almost distinguish the prestige behind this particular strand against some of our other strands when you see how it's presented. What I would actually do is, if I created a beautiful bracelet design using these sapphires, I would actually use this box to present it to my customer. I mean, these are the kind of gemstones for the elite jewellery makers, people who are working on that level where, you know, you've got clients offering you personal commissions. Maybe you're sitting down with your client and planning out the design, asking them what they want. I mean, as soon as you pull your canary sapphires out the drawer and say, would you like me to include these in your design? You're going to get a big fat yes. $21.95 is a clearance price this evening for a Gems of Distinction strand of Canary Sapphires. We'll now give you the opportunity to own the Midnight Blue Sapphires. Rather than being faceted rondelles, these are your plain polished rondelles. They range in size from 2x1 to 4x1. And you've got a slight variation in the colour tones across the strand, so a little bit of shading. Mostly the midnight blue tone, but it does range into more of these sea blues and paler tones. Just gives you even more creative scope as a designer, doesn't it? 35 carats in total. Again, one of the big four. I think the perfect accompaniment to those canary sapphires, actually. So anybody who took advantage of that clearance price that we brought you on the canary sapphires, that's gorgeous, actually, because now that I think about it, the plain or polished finish that you get on the midnight blue sapphires really allows the faceted canary sapphires to pop when the light hits the surface of the gemstone. Let's have a look at the current price for our midnight blue, or shaded sapphires, sorry, $17.95. And we're going to take it down. Hefty saving here of over £5 on this particular strand, taking this down from $17.95 to $11.95. So 35 carats of beautiful blue sapphires. And of course, this is probably the more traditional colour tone that people associate with sapphires, although I think people are pretty much well aware of canary sapphires as well. So if you just took my advice and got hold of both of these strands of sapphires, you just saved yourself, what, £14 across the two strands? $11.95 for the shaded blue sapphires is a serious price reduction. Don't forget, all of the price reductions you've seen so far will only be available for 60 minutes. So you've got, say, like 59 minutes left to get hold of the shaded sapphire at $11.95, or more likely, while stocks last, because we are now down to single figures of availability on this particular deal. Kind of inevitable if you're taking one of the big four to a clearance price that people are going to be flying in. In fact, we've got people multi-buying blue sapphires for $11.95. That's the way to do it here at Jewellery Maker. I mean, if you think about that, you're talking about 33p a carat for shaded blue sapphires. You know, if you've got to think about the value that we can offer you here at Jewellery Maker, and hopefully, rather than just looking at the price point, you consider what you're getting for that price. 35 carats of sapphires for $11.95. It's just completely ridiculous, isn't it? Okay, it looks to me like that is going to be a sellout strand this evening. Don't take my advice for it. Always speak to a member of the award-winning help team. If there's any left, they'll add it to your order, but our instincts tell us there's fewer than 5 strands remaining in stock at that price. And we're now going to give you another opportunity to add turquoise to your order. So we brought you one very large, I would say, showcase strand earlier this evening. We've now got more of an accent gemstone, if you like, because these are your smaller rice beads. They're 10 by 7 mil in size, and that provides you with over 100 carats of turquoise. Very, very popular gemstone, not just for crafting and handmade jewellery designs, but also some of the biggest designers in the world create whole collections around this very prestigious gemstone. It's December's birthday, and it has only previously featured as part of boutique bundles. It's never been seen as an individual strand. So let's give everybody their first opportunity to own this strand on its own. Under £10 for 130 carats of turquoise. That is fairly impressive. Yes, this is the reconstituted variety, but if I was to bring you 130 carats of natural turquoise, it might not always have this consistency of colour. You might have slight variations, and I would suggest that the price point would be much, much higher. You can still work with this colour tone. You can still offer your customers this gorgeous gemstone, but at a much more affordable price. And again, the rice beads work perfectly with a lot of those braiding techniques. So if you were inspired yesterday by Mark's ideas, or maybe Sarah on this morning's show, then these can easily be integrated into macrame bracelets, or of course your kumihimo designs. Actually, they'd work really well on the bead loom. Under £10 for 130 carats of the Turkish stone, or turquoise. And if you do want to take advantage, you know what to do. Dial that free phone number right now, or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. When we had the previous strand of turquoise on, actually, we were seeing how well it would work with our Superstar buy, which is coming up in just a few minutes. And it works perfectly, doesn't it? Love that colour combination. That's gorgeous. So there you go, that's coming up in just a few minutes' time as our Superstar buy. For anybody who missed out on the agate last night, we are going to launch that this evening, of course, and actually it's going to be even more affordable. I'll leave the turquoise with you at £9.95. Say again, sorry? That's a great idea, actually, when we look at that turquoise. You're saying it would work perfectly in masculine designs. A producer suggesting I'd have to agree. Actually, you know what? If this was in a pair of cufflinks, how well would it go with my shirt this evening? Navy blue and turquoise, classic combination, isn't it? That's an idea of the drill hole. You might not get cord through it, but you could certainly get a head pin, one of the finer head pins, or in fact you could probably get a normal head pin through that, so you could easily create cufflink designs. Beautiful. Brilliant. Sorry, director and producer, when you finish putting your jewellery designs together, where are we moving on to? I told you it's an addictive hobby, didn't I? Everybody that walks into this building ends up being a jewellery maker. They're in there, they're still discussing their designs. Where are we moving on to then? Okay, I love it. It's Superstar buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker, and this is actually time for the final shop-opportunity of the evening, in fact, because we are now going to launch our Superstar buy, these huge, almost boulders of chalcedony, and this is almost an apology to anybody who missed out on the Superstar buy from yesterday evening, but I have to say, you need to start dialing right now to avoid disappointment again. So I'm going to dial with you and then the graphics will hit the screen. Start dialing now. 0800 655 644 655 rather. I made a mistake. I better hang up and do it again actually. Yeah, that's me. Everybody else got it right. I'm at the back of the queue now. I've got into the queue. It's a free phone number. Chalcedony, one of the earliest materials ever used by man, and you know, you can't ask for much more heritage than that to be attached to a gemstone. These are really organic varieties. You've got these slight inclusions of the host rock, but you've still got that beautiful waxy luster you'd associate with the gemstones, and of course that gorgeous powder blue tone. Actually, look at that. Doesn't that look like a little sort of like a cloud formation? She's got the sky blue tone, or a little face even. Hello, Pete. Now these nuggets are a very, very significant size. They range from 18 by 12, that's the smallest one, up to 32 by 20. I mean, anybody who is interested in wire work or accomplished at wire work, and they enjoy creating those sort of Laura binding style pendants that tend to sort of frame one feature gemstone, this is the strand for you, as far as I'm concerned. Huge carat weight, 650 carats in total. And that equates to, on this strand, will be an estimation 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 gemstones in total. Could be 13, could be 15. That's just a rough estimate based on the carat weight. 650 carats. And actually, the very slightly organic inclusions that you find here, you could actually mirror with the colour of the wire you chose to work with, I would think. And once again, whenever we are able to offer you the kind of value we're going to bring you on this strand, our regular buyers fly in and start multi-buying. Sophie's got 3. Anonymous buyer's got 2. Alison's got 2. Pamela's got 2. A new buyer, you've got 2. That's the way to do it. Stock them on these items. You've always got your 30-day money-back guarantee, so you can make an informed decision once you see it in the flesh. But really, as far as I'm concerned, if you're umming and ahhing, if you're waiting too long, you're going to be one of the people that miss out. We only had 100 strands of this. Last night we had closer to 150. And they sold out in about 60 seconds. Now we still have some stock remaining. We've sold about a third of the stock on this particular item, but of course the price point has not hit the screen yet, and I've still got lots and lots of people allocating this to their baskets at JewelleryMaker.com. Now, as I say, even if you're not 100% convinced, even if you're in 2 minds, dial the free phone number, add it to your order, and then make use of the 30-day money-back guarantee to make an informed decision. I don't foresee anybody sending this back, but who knows? That's why we offer you the opportunity. We do have an exclusive launch price for you this evening, and we're going to take this under £10. I can't guarantee that will be the price at 9 AM tomorrow morning, but I can guarantee it for the next 60 minutes. So this is your best opportunity to add 650 carats of blue chalcedony to your order tonight for £9.95. I mean, for me, all you really need is a bit of a copper or maybe antique bronze wire. That would work. That would work really, really well. And you could wire up these into those feature pendants. I think, you know, you'd be expecting to achieve at least maybe 10, 15, 20 pounds for those gorgeous pendant designs, especially if you've got these kind of carat weights included. And then that is going to work out at about, well, over £200 you could make off this one strand. It's £9.95. Yes, you're going to go through a little bit of wire, of course, if you're creating 14 individual gemstone pendants. But you know what? The people who love wire work, that's not really a hardship, because you know, you can see the design in your mind, and actually you can give it your own personality, because I've seen the different flourishes that people put into their wire work pendants. The gemstone is going to do half the work for you. Such a significant look. Such a almost mystical colour tone. It's like a sky blue or a powder blue, but then those inclusions just break up the actual design on each and every gemstone. Faceted to perfection. Because with your chalcedony you get this sort of waxy lustre, so it's almost like a translucent-like effect that you get from the gemstone itself. So with these larger facets on the surface of each gemstone, you're really able to appreciate the play of light. I mean, look at that. Hopefully I'm capturing that. You just see that there? You see that? So that's going to be really, really significant within a pendant design, isn't it? Because traditionally on the décolletage you're going to have a little bit of movement from your neckwear, and these huge facets on the surface of the chalcedony nuggets will pick up on that play of light and attract attention, not just to your jewellery design, maybe to your beautiful face. Who knows? This is unbelievable value. 650 carats of blue chalcedony available right now for under £10. That's why this is our superstar buy. That's why we were able to offer everybody an alternative variety to the blue agate that we launched yesterday evening, that we saw so many people miss out on. So don't take that risk this evening. We do still have some stock remaining on this particular strand. If I were you, I'd start dialing that free phone number right now. I like it. I like that. Okay. Our producer's just come up with a great idea as well. On Tuesday evening, we'll be back on, not this Tuesday, No, we wouldn't be on air next year. Yeah. Sorry, my brain's not working. Yeah, so Tuesday, so we're talking about 5 days' time. We're going to be on air with Debbie Kershaw. I have to say I have loads of fun on air with Debbie Kershaw, so that's going to be a great show. She loves her wire work. She loves to work with these chunkier, more nugget-like cuts. So if you stay tuned on Tuesday, we'll get Debbie to create a design with this strand and provide everybody with a bit of inspiration. So a little bit of a make-along session like we did with Mark in the week. So you can get hold of this strand this evening and then tune in at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, and we'll offer a strand of this to Debbie and she'll provide us with some inspiration. What's that, sorry? It wasn't this show, it was the show before. Yeah, so on the Monday we gave Mark, it was a strand of nuggets or something, I think. No one can remember, even Sam can't remember. But do you know what? I can't see there being too many of these remaining in stock by the time Debbie hits our screens on Tuesday night. So if I were you, add it to your order right now for $9.95. It is proving to be hugely popular. Martina, you just took 2. Alison, you just took 2 as well. So lots and lots of multi-buys going on with this particular strand. Don't forget, here at Jewellery Maker, we're never going to limit you to one individual strand. So if I were you, add this to your order right now, $9.95. There's a lot of admiration going on for this particular gemstone, both in the studio and the gallery. Producer and director both loving it. Sam's loving it. Pete is cock-a-hoop with this particular strand, aren't you, sir?
Absolutely.
There you go. $9.95, an exclusive launch price for our superstar buy this evening. If you do want to take advantage of that deal, don't forget, only 1 P&P per day, so you could see this as an add it to your order item for one of these very, very popular chunky strands, as Lucy would describe them. It was the sapphire nuggets that we gave to Mark, midnight blue sapphire nuggets, and I'll tell you what, if you did get hold of that strand, how well would it go with these? You know, you've got the powder blues and the midnight blues. And it's available right now for $9.95. I'm going to have to leave that one with you because we are now bringing the show to a close. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. We will be back as a team on Monday evening at 5 p.m. Of course, the late show continues with Ali over the weekend. Just enough time for me to say thank you and good night.
Join guest designer Debbie Kershaw for the introduction to stamping DVD. Debbie will guide you through many techniques including basic stamping, spacing, multiple wording, stamping onto metal blanks and polymer clay. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. Are you looking to create bespoke bridal jewellery? Then come and join guest designer Sheila on our bridal workshop. Sheila will guide you through how to design stunning accessories, including techniques using headbands, hair combs and tiaras. The full course includes a selection of hair combs and headbands, a selection of findings and wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a trip to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 6444 655.
Jewellery Maker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, Jewellery Maker are never far away.
Here at Jewellery Maker, we have a commitment to providing genuine gemstones. We do that by up to 3 lab tests, and we have our own in-house gemologists. That therefore means that when we say genuine